Hello, all you wonderful beings out there, and welcome back to the, well, not back, but to the stream for today. Yeah. This is Cities Skylines 2. We're building the city of vaguely evil. Mahaha! Also, we are going to have Rygone doing some narration here soon, so that'll be great. And yeah. Now, why is this still saying that it's not connected? Ugh.
Something's not connected.
Oh, it's definitely should be connected.
Actually, that is a very good voice line.
That's forever.
Nano 8-bit Shadox wants everyone to hydrate.
Ah, you're doing that to me. I see. Fine. There, I have hydrated. Oh, well, Rygone already stepped away, so I'll tell him to hydrate after he gets back. Yeah.
Alrighty. Water has been acquired.
Good. They played a hydrate card.
Concealment.
We're good. Go ahead. Go ahead and hydrate.
I already did,
Yeah,
but you have
I
to
got my own
too.
hydrate. I need to add a something. Hydrate. That's what I need to do. Alright, I've hydrated. There we go.
Pet the Rygone.
Aha.
As I! Hello? Oh, they're waiting for a hearse. They shall curse my city for a hearse.
A curse, of course.
Yes, it is a hearse curse. Perhaps we shall also curse the deer to forever
Oh.
be squeaky. Oh wait, he already is.
She.
Mahaha! She.
Alrighty. We'll go ahead and we'll get started. My throat's feeling pretty good. Go ahead and I'll pause the music.
I am
to anyone
ready
out
when
there?
you are.
Feel the
Good.
backhand of justice!
To anyone out there, I hope you enjoy the narration. We'll probably read through about 2 or 3 chapters before we move on to our next thing. If you enjoy the narration, well, consider throwing any little bits of support towards me or towards them or to anybody. Who knows? Maybe I'll put in some silly voices for you. All right. Oh, Jim, you're not supposed to do that.
Joke.
Ah, they were sitting there.
Yo,
I gave you the last change from my pocket.
Well, you know what they say. It's easier to put a camel through a needle's eye than for a rich man to get into heaven.
What the hell does that mean?
It's a Rygonism.
That's from the Bible.
I'm sticking with what I said.
All I know about it is I always tried to eat a full Bible when I was little.
Everyone ready?
I am ready. I have turned off the feature,
I'm ready.
so...
Sounds good. Chapter 15. As it turned out, Linda Randall had a darn good reason for skipping out on our appointment Saturday night. Linda Randall was dead. I sneezed as I ducked under the yellow police tape and the sweatpants and t-shirt I'd been allowed to pluck from the mess of my place before the police car had brought me across town to Linda Randall's apartment and cowboy boots. What? Sorry,
What?
that's just a weird little sentence right there. And cowboy boots. Mister had dragged one of my sneakers off, and I hadn't had time to find it, so I wore what I had. Freaking cat. Linda had died a bit earlier that evening. After getting to the scene, Murphy had tried to phone me, failed to get through, and then sent a squad car down to pick me up and bring me in to do my consultant bit. The dutiful patrolman sent to collect me had stopped to check out the crazy naked guy a block away from my apartment, and had been surprised, but more than a little suspicious, when I turned out to be the very same man they were supposed to pick up and bring to the crime scene. Dear Susan had come to my rescue, explaining away what had happened with just one of those things, tee-hee, and assuring the officers that she was all right and would be fine to drive home. She got a little pale around the edges when she saw once more the ruins of my apartment and the enormous dent the demon had put in the side of her car. But she made a bold face of it, and eventually left the scene with that, "I have a story to write," gleam in her eye. She stopped and gave me a kiss on the cheek on her way out, whispered, "Not bad, Harry," in my ear. Then she patted my bare ass and got in her car. I blushed. I don't think the cops noticed it, in the rain and the dark. The patrolmen had looked at me askance, but were more than happy to let me go put on some fresh clothes. The only things I had cleaned were more sweats and another t-shirt, this one proclaiming in bold letters over a little cartoon graveyard, "Easter has been cancelled. They found the body." I put those on, and my duster, which had somehow survived the demon attack, and my utterly inappropriate cowboy boots, and then I had gotten in the patrol car and been driven across town. I clipped my little ID card to my coat's lapel and followed the uniforms in. One of them led me to Murphy. Way I took in little details. There were a lot of people standing around gawking. It was still fairly early, after all. Rain came down in a fine mist and softened the contours of the scene. There were several police cars parked in the apartment building's parking lots, and one on the lawn by the door leading out to the little concrete patio from the apartment in question. Someone had left his bulbs on, and blue lights flashed over the scene in alternating swaths of shadow and cold light. There was a lot of yellow police tape around. And right in the middle of it all was Murphy. She looked terrible, like she hadn't eaten anything that didn't come out of a vending machine, or drunk anything but still coffee since I had seen her last. Blue eyes were tired and bloodshot, but still sharp. "Dresden?" she said. She peered up at me. "You planning on having King Kong climb your hair?" I tried to smile at her. "We still need to cast our screaming damsel. Interested?" Murphy snorted. She snorts really well for someone with such a cute nose. "Come on," She spun on one heel and walked up to the apartment, as though she wasn't exhausted and at the end of her rope. The forensics team was already there, so we got some nifty plastic booties to put over our shoes and loose plastic gloves for our hands from an officer standing beside the door. "I tried to call earlier," Murphy said, "but your phone was out of service. Again, Harry." "Bad night for it," I responded, wobbling as I slipped the booties on. "What's the story?" "Another victim," he said. "Same MO as Tommy Tom and the Stanton woman." "Jesus," I said. "They're using the storms." "What?" Murphy turned and fixed her eyes on me. "The storm," I repeated. "You can tap storms and other natural phenomena to get things done. All natural fuel for the mojo." "You didn't say anything about that before," Murphy accused. "I hadn't thought of it until tonight." Rubbed at my face. It made sense. Hell's bells, that's how the Shadow Man had been able to do all of that in one night. He'd called the demon and been able to send it after me, as well as appearing in the shadow he'd projected, and he'd been able to kill again. "Have you got an ID on the victim?" I asked. Murphy turned to go inside as she answered. "Linda Randall, chauffeur, age 29. Got it. It was a good thing Murphy had turned away, or the way my jaw dropped would have told her that I knew the deceased, and she would have all sorts of uncomfortable questions. I stared after Murphy for a second, then hurriedly veiled my expression and followed her inside the apartment. Linda Randall's one-room apartment looked like the trailer of a rock band that did little besides play concerts, host parties, and fall into a stupor afterward. Dirty dishes were strewn on one side of a king-sized bed. There's a disproportionate amount of clothing that looked as though it had been purchased from a Fredericks of Hollywood catalog, lacy and silky and satiny colors, all bright, designed to attract the eye. There were many candles around the bed, on shelves and dressers, and a night table, most burned halfway down. The drawer of the night table was partly open, revealing a number of personal amusements. Linda Randall had, apparently, liked her toys. The kitchenette, off to one side, looked largely unused, except for the coffee pot, the microwave, and the trash can, in which several pizza boxes were crammed. Maybe it was the pizza boxes that did it, that gave me a sudden pang of understanding and empathy for Linda. My own kitchen looked the same, a lot of the time, minus the microwave. Here had lived someone else who knew that the only thing waiting at home was a sense of loneliness. Sometimes it is comforting. Most often it isn't. I'll bet Linda would have understood that. But I'd never have the chance to know. Forensics team was gathered around the bed, concealing whatever was there, like a cluster of buzzards around the exposed head of the outlaws they used to bury up to their necks in the Old West. They spoke among themselves in low, calm voices, dispassionate as skilled dinner chatter, calling little details to the attention of their companions, complimenting one another on their observations. "Harry," Murphy said quietly. Her tone of voice suggested that it wasn't the first time she said it. "Are you sure you're all right for this?" My mouth twitched. Of course I wasn't all right for this. No one should ever be all right for this sort of thing. But instead of saying that, I told her, "My head's just aching. Sorry. Let's just get it over with." She nodded and led me over toward the bed. Murphy was a lot shorter than most of the men and women working around the bed, but I had almost a head of height on all of them. I didn't have to ask anyone to move. Just stepped up close to the bed and looked. Linda had been on the phone when she died. She was naked. Even this early in the year, she had tan lines around her hips. She must have gone to a tanning booth during the winter. Her hair was still damp. She lay on her back, her eyes half closed, her expression tranquil as it hadn't been any time I'd seen her. Her heart had been torn out. It was lying on the king-sized bed about 1.5 feet from her, pulped and squashed and slippery, sort of a scarlet and gray color. There was a hole in her chest, too, showing where bone had been splintered outward by the force that had removed her heart. I just stared for a few moments, noting details in a sort of detached way. Again, someone had used magic to end a life. I had to think of her as she sounded on the phone, joking, a quick wit, a sort of sly sensuality in the way she said her words and phrased her sentences, a little hint of insecurity around the edges, vulnerability that magnified the other parts of her personality. Her hair was damp because she'd been taking a bath before she came to see me. Whatever anyone said of her, she had been passionately, vitally alive. Had been. Eventually, I realized how quiet the room was. The men and women of the forensics team, all 5 of them, looking up at me, waiting. I looked around. They all averted their gazes, but you didn't have to be a wizard to see what was in their faces. Fear, pure and simple. They had been faced with something that science couldn't explain. It rattled them, shook them to their cores. This sudden, violent, and bloody evidence that 300 years of science and research was no match for the things that were still, even after all this time, lurking in the dark. And I was the one who was supposed to have the answers. I didn't have any for them. I felt like shit for remaining silent as I stepped back and turned away from Linda's body, then walked across the room to the small bathroom. The tub was still full of water. Bracelet and earrings were laid out on the counter in front of a mirror, plus a little makeup, a bottle of perfume. Murphy appeared beside me and stood with me, looking at the bathroom. She seemed a lot smaller than she usually does.
"She called us," Murphy said. 911 has the call recorded. That's how we knew to come out here. She called and said that she knew who had killed Jennifer Stanton and Tommy Tom, and that now they were coming for her. And she started screaming.
That's when the spell hit her. The phone probably went out right after.
Murphy frowned up at me.
Murphy frowned up at me and nodded.
"Yeah, it did. But it was working fine when we got here."
Magic disrupts technology sometimes. You know that. I rubbed at one eye. Have you talked to any relatives, anything like that? Murphy shook her head.
"There aren't any relatives in town. We're looking now, but it might take some time. We tried to reach her boss, but he wasn't available. Mr. Beckett?"
She studied my face, waiting for me to say something.
"You ever heard of him?"
She asked after a moment. I didn't look back at Murphy. I shrugged. Murphy's jaw tensed, little motions at the corner of her face. Then she said,
"Greg and Helen Beckett, 3 years ago, their daughter, Amanda, was killed in a crossfire. Johnny Marcone's thugs were shooting it out with some of the Jamaican gang that was trying to muscle in on the territory back then. One of them shot the little girl. She lived for 3 weeks in intensive care. Died when they took her off life support."
I didn't say anything, but I thought of Miss Beckett's numb face and dead eyes.
"The Becketts attempted to lodge a wrongful death suit against Johnny Marcone, but Marcone's lawyers were too good. They got her thrown out before it even went to court. Never found the man who shot the little girl. Word has it that Marcone offered to pay them blood money, make reparation, but they turned him down."
Didn't say anything.
Behind us, they were putting Linda in a body bag, sealing her in. I heard men count to 3 and lift her, put her onto a gurney of some kind, and wheel her out. One of the forensics guys told Murphy they were going to take a break. Would be back in 10 minutes. She nodded and sent them out. The room got even more quiet. "Well, Harry," she said. Her voice was hushed, like she didn't want to disturb the apartment's new stillness. "Can you tell me?" There was a subtle weight to the question. She might as well have asked me what I wasn't telling her. That's what she meant. She took her hand out of her jacket pocket and handed me a plastic bag. I took it. Inside was my business card, the one I'd given to Linda. It was still curled a little where I'd had to palm it. It was also speckled with what I presumed was Linda's blood. I looked at the part of the bag where you write the case number and the identification of the piece of evidence. It was blank. It wasn't on the records. It wasn't official. Yet. Murphy was waiting for my answer. She wanted me to tell her something. I just wasn't sure if she was waiting for me to tell her that a lot of people had my card, or that I didn't know how it had gotten here, or if she wanted me to say how I had known the victim, how I had been involved with her. Then she would have to ask me questions, the kinds of questions you ask suspects. "If I tell you," I said, "that I was having a psychic premonition, would you take me seriously?" "What kind of premonition?" she said. She didn't look up at me. "I sensed..." I paused, thinking of my words. I wanted them to be very clear. "I sense that this woman will have a police record, probably for possession of narcotics and solicitation. I sense that she used to work at the Velvet Room for Madame Bianca. I sense that she used to be close friends and lovers with Jennifer Stanton. I sense that if she had been approached yesterday and asked about those deaths, that she would have claimed to have known nothing." Murphy mulled over my words for a moment. "You know, Dresden," she said, and her voice was tight, cool, furious. "If you sensed these things yesterday, maybe even this morning, it's possible that we could have talked to her. Possible that we could have found out something from her. It's even possible..." She turned to me and slammed me against the doorway with one forearm and the weight of her body, suddenly and shockingly hard. "It's even possible," she snarled, "that she'd still be alive." She stared up at my face, and she didn't look at all like a cutesy cheerleader now. She looked like a mother wolf standing over the body of one of her cubs and getting ready to make someone pay for it. This time, I was the one to look away. "A lot of people have my card," I said. "Put them up all over the place." Well, she got it. "God damn it, Tristan," she said. She stepped back from me and walked away, toward the blood-stained sheets. "You're holding out on me. I know you are. I can get a warrant for your arrest. I can have you brought in for questioning." She turned back to me. "Someone's killed 3 people already. It's my job to stop them. It's what I do." I didn't say anything. I could smell the soap and shampoo from Linda Randall's bath. "Don't make me choose, Harry." Her voice softened, if not her eyes or her face. "Please." I thought about it. I could bring everything to her. That's what she was asking. Not half the story, not part of the information. She wanted it all. She wanted all the pieces in front of her so she could puzzle them together and bring the bad guys in. She didn't want to work the puzzle knowing that I was keeping some of the pieces in my pocket. What could it hurt? Linda Randall had called me earlier that evening. She had planned on coming to me to talk to me. She was going to give me some information, and someone had shut her up before she could. I saw two problems with telling Murphy that. One, she would start thinking like a cop. It would not be hard to find out that Linda wasn't exactly a high-fidelity piece of equipment, that she had numerous lovers on both sides of the fence. What if she and I were closer than I was admitting? What if I'd used magic to kill her lovers in a fit of jealous rage, and then waited for another storm to kill her too? It sounded plausible, workable, a crime of passion. Murphy had to know that the DA would have a hell of a time proving magic as a murder weapon. But if it had been a gun instead, it would have flown. The second problem, and the one that worried me a lot more, was that there were already 3 people dead. And if I hadn't gotten lucky and creative, there would have been 2 more dead people back at my apartment. I still don't know who the bad guy was. Telling Murphy what little more I knew wouldn't give her any helpful information. It would only make her ask more questions, and she wanted answers. If the voice of the shadows knew that Murphy was heading the investigation to find him, it was on the right track, he would have no qualms about killing her too. There's nothing she could do to protect herself against it. She might have been formidable to your average criminal, but all the Aikido in the world wouldn't do her any good against a demon. Then, too, there was the White Council. Men like Morgan and his superiors, secure in their own power, arrogant, and considering themselves above the authority of any laws but their own, wouldn't hesitate to remove one police lieutenant who had discovered the secret world of the White Council. I looked at the blood-stained sheets and thought of Linda's corpse. I thought of Murphy's office, what it would look like with her sprawled on the floor, her heart torn from her chest, or her throat torn out by some creeping thing from beyond. "Sorry, Murph," I said. My voice came out in a rasping whisper. "I wish I could help you. I don't know anything useful." I didn't try to look up at her, and I didn't try to hide that I was lying. I sensed, more than saw, the hardening around her eyes, the little lines of hurt and anger. I'm not sure if a tear fell, or if she really just raised a hand to brush back some of her hair. Then she turned to the front door and shouted, "Carmichael, get your ass in here!" Carmichael looked equally as slobbish as he had a few days ago, as though the passage of time hadn't changed him. It certainly hadn't changed his jacket, only the food stains on his tie and the particular pattern of rumplement to his hair. There had to be something comforting, I reflected, in that kind of stability. No matter how bad things got, no matter how horrible or sickening the scene, you could count on Carmichael to look like the same quality of crap. He glared at me as he came in. "Yeah?" She tossed a plastic bag to him and he caught it. "Mark that and log it," she said. "Hang around for a minute. Want a witness." Carmichael looked down at the bag and saw my card. His beady eyes widened, looked back up at me. I saw the shift in gears in his head, reclassing me from annoying ally to suspect. "Mr. Dresden," Murphy said. She kept her tone frosty, polite. "There are some questions we'd like to ask you. Do you think you could come down to the station and make a statement?" Questions to be asked. The White Council would convene and execute me in a little more than 30 hours. I didn't have time for questions. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Got to comb my hair tonight." "Tomorrow morning, then," she said. "We'll see," I said. "If you aren't there in the morning," Murphy said, "I'm going to ask for a warrant. We'll come and find you, and by God, Harry, I'll get some answers to this. Suit yourself, I told her, and I started for the door. Carmichael took a step forward and stood in my way. I stopped and looked at him, and he kept his eyes focused on the center of my chest. If I'm not under arrest, I told her, then I presume I'm free to go. Let him go, Ron, Murphy said. Her tone of voice was disgusted, but I could hear the hurt underneath it. I'll talk to you again soon, Mr. Dresden. She stepped closer and said, in a perfectly even tone, if it turns out that you're the one behind all this, rest assured, whatever you can do and whatever you can pull, I will find you and I will bring you down. Do you understand me? I did understand, really. I understood the pressure she was under, her frustration, her anger, and her determination to stop the killing from happening again. If I was some kind of hero from a romance novel, I'd have said something brief, eloquent, and heart-rending. But I'm just me. So I said, I do understand, Karen. Carmichael stepped out of my way, and I walked away from Murphy, whom I couldn't talk to, and from Linda, whom I couldn't protect. My head aching, weary to my bones, feeling like a total piece of shit. That is the end of chapter 15.
Honestly, good stuff.
Oh, I love this series.
Oh, I can see why.
It is so good. Of course, Rygone brings it to life in an entirely new and fantastic way.
I love the narrator voice for Icon.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it.
I was legit standing there, tail wagging, just hands in my arms, head in my hands.
Aw, much love to you, I do things. Heart, 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 heart. Ooh, the salsa is kind of spicy. Okay, we'll wait about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll get started with the next one, everyone. Okay, I hydrate.
Nano 8-bit Shadox wants everyone to hydrate.
Fine, I will hydrate.
Good.
Woo! Mama da do.
Alright. So guys, I need to go take care of something, but I'll wait until Rygone continues with the next chapter to go do that. Not actually
Well, why don't you
stepping...
go? Why don't you go ahead and take care of it now, and we'll just continue when you get back.
Well, it's not exactly something that I need to step away for, but it is something that is going to be like nothing on screen kind of thing.
Okay.
Or nothing happening on screen. So I want them to have at least something going on. Basically, between the move and or between the Conrad's move and everything, I'm gonna need to go cancel some Patreon stuff. So.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I'm just looking for the next game to potentially pick up. It's got to be something like cheap.
God, I know that feeling. Also, yay, my medium density housing is getting some demand.
Yay, it's getting there.
Yay!
I hate low density. Absolutely despise it.
I'm being insane exploring.
No, the good girl, no.
What was that?
No.
Could I get
I
that
was
in
refusing.
English, please?
My brain thought three different things, and all was new.
Oh.
Oh, American Truck Simulator just updated. They got Kansas now.
Oh, I gotta go play that again.
Well, they got an event going, so now's a good time to do it.
It's mostly a matter of, I want to use my wheel for it. Because it's just simply far more fun with a wheel, but my body has not been so happy.
Okay.
And moving the steering wheel and whatnot out is rough.
Actually,
Yeah.
that is a very good voice
Very
line.
rough.
Oh, if Rex stops by tonight, guys, oh, he is gonna get broken so bad.
Yes, break him.
I have a thing that has come in for him. And, yeah, it's gonna be great.
No.
That was truly
I just
superb.
get how the gutter freaking auto modded.
Do 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 do.
That's right, Clement. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual
We'll
rewards.
wait about another
For
3 minutes,
example,
everyone, then
consider
we'll
capital.
continue on.
One final question,
I'm just
Professor.
looking.
Is
I'm
the
just looking at
housing
all the
shortage
games
going
and
to
see if there's
make me
anything
richer?
interesting.
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the
Some
sound of
cheap
that.
and
What we
some
discuss
interesting.
is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priority.
Slay the Princess is $18.
Interesting
Okay.
news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this.
Yes, it does, Jits. But it's okay. Because you know why, Jits? You know why?
Well,
Why?
the tongue doesn't attract back
Because you're a good boy, Jits.
concussion, so like zombies.
Yes,
Sifu is
Jits.
not
They
horror.
are better at that now because of some.
I will not, Jits. You will
You really
be
won't.
told what a good boy you are. And you will love it.
Yeah, I'd like to try that Fear and Hunger series. I'm told that's really good.
It is.
But I think I need a mod in order to, you know, make it Twitch appropriate. Unless it comes with that feature.
Explore.
I don't think it comes with it.
You're still the.
Yes, I can, Jits. Unless you're a bad boy. That's the only reason I wouldn't be able to say it.
Is this the Good Boy stream? I guess so.
Yeah. He's not here yet, though.
I'm not sure if Rex will be showing up tonight.
Before it meant it, but like they have changed.
The Sims is not horror. What the fuck is that doing in the horror section?
Maybe horror from the Sims perspective?
I could see that argument.
How's Ryan? Do we need squishy hugs? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Hanging in there. I'm looking for a new game to stream for you guys, but everything's expensive.
or?
What sort of game did I want to run? That's a good question. What was that one game I was saying was like about $30, Zim?
I don't know.
But I
Let me
promise
take a look at my wish list. There is one game I have on the mind.
Polaris Suites. Residents will enjoy the atmosphere of this smooth, luxurious building. Ooh. I got a new signature building.
Burn it.
I am not burning it.
Burning it down. Whoosh.
I will end you.
Yeah.
Well, idiots.
Like you could.
Enough to make a bite.
Oh, here it is. The one that I'd be liking to play for you guys would be the Talos Principle number 2. I played the Talos Principle number 1 on stream a good long time ago, and I'm a big fan of the series. It's a puzzle game. Like it's a smart man puzzle game. Not for casual players.
Oh, right. I never built a fire department. Oops.
Rumi streams City of Heroes since it's free and you can be furry. Yeah, but it's an MMO and that means dealing with people. You always have to be careful, especially as a streamer, when you're playing with those kind of games, because it only takes one person to come in to ruin the experience for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, you can have that for now because you're already working.
Hey there, Merle.
Hey, Merle.
Oh, here's another one. 6 Days in Fallujah is another one that I'd love to play. That one's $40. The only party if you want to, you play solo yourself. It's not just being able to play alone or with friends. It's the fact that you're in a lobby where literally anybody could try to fuck with you. You know?
There's also the fact that MMOs do terribly on Twitch. On streaming in general. Hey, Essex. Good to see you.
I do appreciate you mentioning it though, Pakesh. I'll give it a look-see doodle. I can't guarantee I'll pick it up. And it might be good for like a stream here and there for laughs, but yeah, it'll definitely not, it probably won't be something that I like, you know, dedicate stream after stream after stream to. Because being a furry superhero does something kind of cool.
Well, even that, so the thing about trying to stream an MMO, the only way that you are going to get anywhere with an MMO is if that is basically the only thing you do on your channel. It's the sad reality of the matter. When it comes to MMOs, you are targeting a very tiny portion of the gaming community. MMOs are not as popular as a lot of people look at them as being. They are a tiny fraction of gaming as a whole, which gaming itself is technically a niche. But you've got the fraction of a fraction, and then you're dividing that up even more to the fraction of the community that likes MMOs to those that like to watch streams. So you're doing a fraction of a fraction of a fraction here, and on top of that, it's not even... When it comes to an MMO, you're also got to take into consideration that if somebody's a fan of one MMO, they probably don't care about any other MMO. Plain and simple. When you play an MMO, you play one MMO. In general. There are exceptions to every rule. Oh yes, absolutely, Pikash. Absolutely. But MMOs are still a very, very small niche. For myself, I'm able to succeed on tabletop games because that's what I've dedicated my channel primarily to. That is the primary focus on my channel. And it's like, I'd love to do Guild Wars 2. I love Guild Wars 2. It's got a great story. It's got lots of exploration you can do. It rewards said exploration. But I also recognize that whenever I try to stream that, it's frankly a hindrance to my channel. It does more harm to the channel than it does any good. Because, of course, when it comes to MMOs, the crowd that comes in for an MMO, they only are going to be there for when you're streaming their MMO. Again.
Well, to be fair, though, that could be said for a lot of games, not just MMOs.
Absolutely. And what I am saying are generalized rules. There are exceptions to everything. But it is still a reality. Like, when it comes to streaming an MMO, you have to be very careful because, like in my case especially, this is my livelihood. This is my only source of income. For Rygone, I mean, it's your only source of income right now too. You have to be careful and picky about what you stream.
Yeah. Although for me, a large amount of my issue just comes like I'm not able to buy titles really right now. Like I can get a cheap $3-5 here and there, but I can't justify spending like, you know, $30, $40, $50 on a game and then not having that give me any kind of a return.
Also, I did pick up an arrow and a crossbow. I'll just...
You're listening to Second Moon Radio.
It's a different experience. Like, for myself, like, all this knowledge is coming from, what I have done for research, because I constantly am looking at multiple different videos, trying to learn more about streaming and such, trying to improve, find new features and such. Like, actually, Essex, funny you're here, I actually took some of your ideas tonight from last night for my city here, with the cul-de-sacs at the ends of dead ends, or the roundabouts at the ends there, and spreading out the buildings a bit more, because I like that design. I didn't think to do that, so yeah, credit where credit's due. That came from Ardwolf Essex. Go check him out. But
no use reminding you.
Like, there's a lot of minutia that you have to consider. And like, even what's his face, the really big Warcraft streamer, Armand Gold, was it? Something like that.
Something like that.
He's stuck.
Yep. Or someone like, say, God, what was his name? Psycho Ghost, I think. like there's a lot of streamers out there that they can only really play one game because that's where their audience came, either from watching stuff on YouTube or whatever. They come for just that one game, and now if that person dares to play anything else, suddenly viewership just fucking drops and tanks. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm fairly flexible on my games. So even though I don't really stick with one game for like say very long, I play a variety, and the reason for that is to help get my community used to the idea like, okay, so we're gonna be jumping around, and that's how it is. Because I don't want to get stuck in that rut. Yes, it means my growth is probably slow, and I'm never really going to hit on that like, well, now hundreds of people are flooding in because they saw a video. But it does mean that even though my growth is slow, it's going to be consistent. And my community is going to be the one that they're going to have that expectation of like, all right, this is a variety gaming channel, and I'm okay with that. I have to be okay with that.
And not only that, but you are protected against a lot of different dramas and such that can pop up. Like with World of Warcraft, when all of that stuff came out with the sexual abuse and whatnot, those big World of Warcraft streamers got hit hard. Because when you are doing an MMO, you can only do one MMO. And your channel will live or die with that MMO.
Yep. And honestly, that can actually be said for a decent amount of games. Psycho Ghost does Hunt Showdown. And Hunt Showdown's a fun game, and it might actually be able to have a long lifespan to it. But at some point, the player base is going to drop. That's just the reality of games, like especially for multiplayer games. Player numbers are going to eventually drop, and soon they're going to be their channel is more or less going to die, simply just due to the fact that nobody else is playing the game anymore, and it's a non, what do you call it? It becomes a non entity.
Like, Pakesh, I want to be clear. I am not saying that that the City of Heroes game sucks or anything like that. I am just simply explaining why it's hard for us to stream them, for us to get the. There's a lot of unknowns with it. There's a lot of potential problems and even harm that can come from doing them. It's not a statement on the game itself, it's just a statement of the industry.
I mean, and like you said, it kind of boils down to just a few simple things. With any multiplayer game, there is a chance that you could have a small number of players, especially if you're a popular streamer, who just come in and try to ruin your experience. Like, for example, crowding around you and shouting obscenities, which is a pretty common one. Oh, great, well, no, I can't do anything with that video. That footage has to be scrubbed, and I lose out on that. Another one is, go ahead.
Amon Gold, that World of Warcraft streamer, the first time he did Final Fantasy XIV, he faced that exact problem. People were swarming around the server he was trying to join. He actually couldn't even start for like a half hour because the server filled up immediately before he could get in. And yeah, bigger streamers can flop around a little bit. They can handle a little bit of uncertainty, but still not that much. But for smaller streamers, well, I can't risk it.
Yeah. I mean, I played Left 4 Dead 2 the other day, and I had a slot open, and I had a guy come in. All he did was he just texted and said obscenities on stream. Great. That's awesome. This is the kind of risk that you carry with just about any multiplayer game. You just have people whose purpose, I guess, in life is just to come in and try to ruin the experience. And it becomes more so a risk when you are a known streamer
and people purposely watch your stream just so they can go into fuck with you. You know, that's why we have something like, say, stream sniping, which was a big issue, especially with communities like, or with games like some of the battle royale games, especially some of the battle royale games where stream sniping was not considered to be a bannable offense. So we have those, but yeah, and MMOs, they, like Sim said, they carry their own set of problems. You know, they're long, they tend to be grindy, and usually there's not a lot interesting going on unless you actually know the game and you know what's going on. So, like, for example, if I were to watch any kind of, like, World of Warcraft game, all I'd see is just a filled-up UI filled with all sorts of crap. I don't know what any of it means. I don't know what that fucking class is supposed to do. Do they have a thing? Is this guy doing the meta? Are they not doing the meta? Ooh, what's that boss over there? Okay, what's going on? You know, it just becomes one of those things where it's hard to kind of get into unless you know what's going on. With other games, especially some of the single-player games, like, say, I'm looking here, Buddy Simulator 1984, even if you come in the middle of the game, you can be like, oh, okay, so this is kind of a pixely kind of horror game. I can sit back and watch this. You know, you don't need to know the minutia to get involved.
Yeah, I just want to clarify again, this is not a we're dogging on your favorite MMO kind of thing right now. It is just a simple, we have to weigh those risks.
No, not real.
Yeah. So for something like that, since I'm still a relatively small streamer, I'd be fine probably jumping into that game at some point, so long as I had certain protections in place for myself. And it wasn't with the community expectation that this was going to be a long-term thing. Like, hey, we'll pop in, we'll do a little, giggle stuff, and then we'll pop out and we'll play other stuff. You know?
Charm got hit by haters from a battle royale? Yeah.
I think it was like something during Gary's mod. I forgot.
I mean, even Sea of Thieves, which isn't quite an MMO, I still had to deal with death threats over it.
Yeah, I was relatively lucky that my Sea of Thieves experience has been pretty good. Like, other than your typical players that try to go in and sink you, as is part of the game, I've never really had anybody who has gone out of their way to do so. Or people who are like, oh shit, this guy's a streamer, oh fuck this guy. Is Deer still a good boy? Well, I think they are a good girl. Yeah. I know, Deer, give me a second. Yes, Deer is a good girl.
No.
Sorry, but you are.
I shall attack Turkey again. No.
Yeah. But yeah, there's always something to be balanced out for just about any game. Like, for me, I do very much a cost-benefit analysis with just about any game I play, because buying games is expensive. And if I buy an expensive game and I don't see any return on that, well, I'm out. I'm out of funds that I could use to get other games to show you guys. So I have to do that. There's also the fact of audience participation or audience interest. A lot of games, well, frankly, there's not much in the way of audience interaction, so I have to be able to carry the whole game, and I have to make sure, like, even the game's a piece of junk, that I can still make fun of it and play bits and stuff like that. And that can be exhausting in and of itself, too. So every game, you have to weigh the risks. Everything from, like, okay, is there going to be anything here that could break TOS? What is the actual stability of the game? Can I actually stream the game at a decent rate for everybody, like, with relatively decent graphics? Will the gameplay be just interesting enough to maintain people's interest? Can I maintain, say, doing voices for a long time for a visual novel? If this is a cooperative game or a friend game, can I make sure that my friends are going to be able to come in and they can be entertaining and appropriate for what's going on? And the list goes on and on and on and on. There is truly a lot of thought that goes into our game selections and what we do as streamers. You know? And sometimes we fail. Like yesterday, I tried bringing out a game, and even though my numbers were relatively good, I didn't have enough people to actually play the game, so we ended up wasting about 20 minutes that could have been better spent doing something else. Even right here, what I'm doing with Zim, I'm narrating, but even though people enjoy my narration, I always see a drop in viewers for it. So I have to weigh that too, if that's something I'm willing to do.
Yeah, that is especially like... Normally for cities, I've got a lot more viewers, but tonight I don't have as many viewers because of the narration, but I'm okay with that. Like, I'm here to relax tonight, and I'm willing to accept that I'm not gonna get to have as many viewers, but I can only do that so often.
Yep. Like, for example, if you or I are trying to, like, say, raise up for a money goal or a tip goal, narration probably isn't something we'd put on the table, because less viewers means less of a chance for that goal to be completed.
Yeah. Which, I will say, speaking of that, the fundraising, we are going to have Mirai join tonight for the YCH auction. While we got enough money for Conrad's move, there's a little bit more that he could use to get actually comfortable with it. We kind of covered the bare minimum on all that. But then also, so that's where the Christmas YCH auction thing is gonna go. And also I'm getting dragged to Ohio, so I kind of need some extra funds for that.
Yep. So, honestly, that's why I say to anybody out there, and this goes for both in my chat and for Zim's chat, if you like the content you're seeing, let us know. Let us know through through actual chat itself. Let us know through biddies. Let us know through tips. Just let us know. Because if you take the time to let us know, either through chat or monetarily or through bits or whatever, then that tells us, like, okay, this is content people enjoy. This is content that people like. I'll be sure to do more of this, because now I know not only does my audience like it, but I can see potentially a little bit of a return on it as well. Anything you want to add, Zim, before we move on to the next chapter?
No, I think that's pretty good.
Okay. Anyone in the chats have any questions while we're still on the topic?
Nah, it seemed good.
Duffings is sending love to everyone.
Yay!
I guess one thing to add is that I know for myself, I definitely ran into the issue of... Also, thank you for the love. I do things. Like, for me, I was doing RimWorld for a while, and I just completely ran out of steam for the game. I was getting a whole bunch of viewers, but as soon as I just got burned out, I couldn't do it anymore, and those viewers gone. They left.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta... That's one thing that's the most important, especially when considering a new game to play, is your current audience. I don't know how many of you out there like, I don't know how many of you out there like MMOs. I just don't know that. And thus, I don't know how many of you would want to see it would stick around for an MMO. Because again, an MMO is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Fetch.
So I guess kind of to sum things up, it's a two-way street, everybody. Yeah, we're the streamers and we more or less control the content. But as streamers, we take a lot of risks in how our decision making goes, and we can't really orient ourselves properly if we don't receive any feedback at all. If you want to see an MMO, great. Say that you want to see an MMO, you know, or if we do put on an MMO, make sure you show up. But ultimately, you know, if you want to see the content that you want to see, if you want to have us come online and do our thing for you guys for your entertainment, just, you know, don't be afraid to just say like, hey, you know, I like your content. Here's a nice message. Here's a couple bucks, whatever. And that can do wonders for us. Not only just for us knowing that we're doing a good job for you, it can do wonders for us in terms of deciding what we want, what we should play for you, and it can let us know like, hey, you're enjoying the experience too, and we're happy with that.
But that all said, I do have things set up for City of Heroes, so I could stream it at some point. It's just a matter of figuring out how and when. And even then, probably going to be a relatively shorter look at it, because I can't dedicate it much time to it unless it's got enough interest.
Yep. And that's honestly still something that I'm trying to figure out. Like, where does my audience's interest kind of lie? Like, I do variety games, and I still intend to do variety games. But that doesn't mean I can't be persuaded to go to certain genres if, you know, interest is building for those genres. You want to see horror? React to the horror. You want to see more puzzle, casual, strategic gameplay? Just do something like that. Honestly, sometimes some of my best number of viewers have come just from playing what I thought was a boring simulation game, and people are like, ah, yeah, this guy's building a car. Watch this. And they talk and they interact. You know? So for a while there, I just kept bringing that game up because people were talking, people were interacting with me.
That is a game that I intend to bring back, Jits, because I enjoyed that game a lot too, but it was one of those that just didn't perform that well. So I have to be careful about sprinkling in those games that, while I really love it, it kind of hurt the channel a bit. So I have to be cautious on that. Conquest of Elysium is a really good game that I enjoy, but it only does so much.
Yep, and let's be honest, some games are long.
Ooh, yeah.
So sometimes we can't actually commit to a full completion unless we know that our audience is behind us on it, even if it's a game we enjoy.
Because if I bring out a game and it's of decent length, let's say about 30 hours in order to complete it, I could be 5 hours in and I'd be like, well, you know, the numbers aren't doing that good. We haven't gotten anything from this. There's no interaction. Maybe I'll try something else. You know, even though I enjoy the game, the channel still has to look out for the channel's interest. Like, even now with the narration, I enjoy the narration. People seem to like the narration. I know Zim and Dear Guardian does, and I get occasionally in chat people are like, "Yes, let's do some narration," and then I do the narration, and numbers drop off, and people stop responding in chat. People just kind of go somewhere else. So I wonder, like, oh, okay. I mean, is this really something that is going to be able to help the channel to grow? Is it something that's going to be able to help entertain? Is it actually entertaining for you guys?
I will say on that front, I'm not entirely certain that it is. I'm not entirely certain that it's a matter of numbers actually, or like numbers are saying they're dropping, but I've got the personal feeling that the viewers are still there, they are still listening. It's just Twitch is a little funky because they're sitting there listening rather than interacting. And so the numbers are saying they're bad when in reality it's actually all fine. But
I mean, potentially. But like this is one of the reasons why I don't narrate more often, you know, just in general. Like, I do it for fun with you guys, and you know, I do want to see the end of this book. But unless the numbers improve for it, it probably won't be something that I'll be like, hey, you know what, guys? You know, we've played our game for today. We've finished it up. We got a couple hours left. I'll go and I'll bring out a book and I'll read it for a bit. It makes me a little wary of doing that.
And yeah, exactly what Fetch said. Narration is a background thing. It's something that, well, we're not really responding to the chat much because, you know, you're reading, I'm listening. So that it's not something that encourages much interaction. But still can be, I'm considering the number of people that do respond, at least, I believe that there's still interest in it. But yeah.
Well, we'll see how it continues to perform, and I'll make my decisions as we go. But yeah, I mean, kind of like I said earlier, if you enjoy the stuff, don't be afraid to let me know, everyone. You know, because there's a reason why some of those streamers out there only play their MMO or game, or one game. Because the audience, they're saying that's what they like.
Either way, though, I think we've probably run this subject to death now, so
Yeah.
I say we get back to it.
Alright, well, let me go to the bathroom real quick and we'll get going.
Well, Fetch, though they are available. You know how to get your anvils. Ow.
Okay.
Hi, Burnin.
You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title
Alrighty.
of a humble devotee of
We're
the form,
back.
and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the.
Is everyone ready?
I'm
Though
ready.
I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue, Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear.
My turn to save the day.
He
Nothing's wants in
Chapter
Rygone to
16.
know. I usually just lurk due to social
one sec.
anxiety, but I will say that while I'm not always interested in what games you'll play, I usually stick around because you're a good folk to hang around.
Aw, thank you, I do things. I really appreciate that. It wasn't feeding through Discord, so I'll go ahead and read it off for ya. I do think says that he wants us to know he usually lurks due to social anxiety, but he will say that while he's not always interested in what games we're playing, he sticks around because we're all good folk to hang around.
Well, we're always happy to have you here, I do things. You've been a very consistent part of our communities, and it's always a joy to see you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Don't think we don't pay attention to that. We recognize when names pop up over and over.
Now, don't mind me as I just bulldoze all of this highway in order to replace it with a separated one. And ow! Yeah, I am definitely ready to continue when you are. They're just gonna keep abusing me otherwise.
Sounds good. I might have a game here to play later on stream. Maybe not today, but later.
Ow! What the hell? Did one of you hack my freaking chance thing or something?
You good?
Somehow they are just getting anvil after anvil after anvil after anvil after anvil. But yes, I'm ready to continue.
Okay.
Despite the abuse.
The aboosh. Alright, here we go, everyone. Chapter 16. I walked down the block from Linda Randall's apartment building. My thoughts and emotions a far more furious thunderstorm, the one now rolling away from the city, out over the vastness of the lake. I called a cab from the payphone outside a gas station, and stood about with my back resting against the wall of the building in the misting rain, scowling and waiting.
I had lost Murphy's trust. It didn't matter that I had done what I had to protect both her and myself. Noble intentions meant nothing. It was the results that counted. The results of my actions had been telling a bald-faced lie to one of the only people I could come close to calling a friend. And I wasn't even sure of that, even if I found the person or persons responsible, even if I worked out how to bring them down, even if I did Murphy's job for her, that what had happened between us could ever be smoothed over. My thoughts were on that topic, and similar issues of doom and gloom when a man with a hat pulled low over his face began to walk past me, stopped halfway, then turned and drove his fist into my belly. I had time to think, not again, and then he struck me a second and third time. Each blow drove into my guts, thrust me back against the unyielding wall, made me sick. My breath flew out of my mouth in a little strangling gasp, and even if I'd had a spell already in mind, I wouldn't have had the breath to speak it. I sort of sagged when he stopped hitting me, and he threw me to the ground. We were in a well-lit gas station just before midnight on a Saturday night, and anything he did was in full view of any cars going by. Surely, God, he didn't plan on killing me, though at the moment I was too tired and achy to care. I lay there for a moment, dazed. I could smell my attacker's sweat and cologne. I could tell it was the same person who had jumped me the night before. He grabbed my hair, jerked my head up, and with an audible snap of steel scissors, cut off a big lock of my hair, then let me go. My blood went cold. My hair. The man had cut off my hair. It could be used in almost any kind of magic, any kind of deadly spell, and there wouldn't be a damn thing I could do to stop it. The man turned away, walking quickly, but not running. In a flood of panic and desperation, I leapt at his leg, got him around the knee and yanked hard. I heard a distinctive little pop. Then the man screamed, "Son of a bitch!" and fell heavily to earth. One fist, one very large and knob-knuckled fist, was clutched around my hair. I tried to suck in a breath and leapt for that hand. My attacker's hat had fallen off, and I recognized him. One of Johnny Marcone's men who had followed me from the hotel on Thursday afternoon. The one who had begun limping after jogging after me for several blocks. Apparently, Gimpy had a trick knee, and I had just made a jump through its hoop. I grabbed his wrist and held on with both hands. I'm not a particularly strong man, but I am made out of wire and stubborn as hell. I curled up around his wrist and hung on, trying to pry at his thick fingers. Gimpy tried to jerk his arm away. He was carrying a lot of muscle on that arm, but it wasn't enough to move the weight of my whole body. He shoved at me with his other arm, trying to push me off of him, then started pounding at me with one fist. "Let go of me, damn it!" Gimpy shouted. "Get off of me!" I hunched my head down, my shoulders up, and hung on. If I could dig my thumbs into his tendons for long enough, his hand would have to open, no matter how strong he was. I tried to imagine his wrist as Play-Doh, and my thumbs as solid steel pushing into him, and held on for everything I was worth. I felt his fingers start to loosen. I could see the dark, thin strands of my hair. "Jesus Christ!" someone shouted. "Hey, Mike, come on!" There were running footsteps. And then a couple of young guys dressed in jogging suits and sneakers came over and dragged me off Gimpy. I screamed incoherently as my hands slipped away from Gimpy's wrists. Some of my hair spilled out onto the wet concrete, but more stayed in his grip as his fingers closed over it again. Easy, easy, man, one of the guys was saying as they dragged me off. Take it easy. There wasn't any use struggling against the pair of them. Instead, I dragged in a breath and managed to gasp, "Wallet! He's got my wallet!" Considering the way I was dressed compared to Gimpy's suit and coat, that was one lie I was never going to get off the ground. Or at least it wouldn't have if Gimpy hadn't turned and started hurrying away. The two men let me go, confused. Then, taking the cautious route, they started away, walking hurriedly back to their car. I struggled to my feet and after Gimpy, wheezing like a leaky accordion. Gimpy headed across the street to a car, and was already in it and leaving by the time I got there. I shambled to a halt in a cloud of his exhaust, and stared dully after his taillights as he drove off into the misting rain. My heart pounded in my chest, and didn't slow down even after I recovered my breath. My hair. Johnny Marcone now had a lock of my hair. He could give it to someone who used magic, and use it to do whatever they damn well pleased to me. They could use my hair to tear my heart out of my chest, rip it right out, like they had done to Jennifer Stanton, Tommy Tom, and poor Linda Randall. Marcone had warned me to stop, twice, and now he was going to take me out once and for all. My wariness, fear, and fatigue were abruptly burned away by anger. "Like hell," I snarled. "Like hell you will." All I had to do was find them. Find Johnny Marcone, find Gimpy, and find Marcone's wizard, whoever he or she was. Find them, get my hair back, lay them out like ninepins, and send in Murphy to round them up. By God, I wasn't going to take this lying down. These assholes were serious. They'd already tried to kill me once, and they were coming after me again. Marcone and his boys. No, I thought. Not Marcone. That didn't make any sense. Unless it had been Marcone's gang dealing the three-eye from the very beginning. If Marcone had a wizard in residence, why would he have tried to bribe me away? Why not just swipe a lock of my hair from me when he'd sent the thug with a bat, and then kill me when I didn't pay attention? Could it be Marcone? Or could his thug be playing two sides of the street? I decided that ultimately it didn't matter. One thing was clear. Someone had a lock of my hair. Some wizard, somewhere, meant to kill me. Whoever this wizard was, he wasn't much good. I'd seen that when I'd wiped out his shadow-sending spell. He couldn't stand up to me if I could force him into a direct confrontation. He might have a lot of moxie, and a lot of raw power, to harness the storms as he had and to slap a demon into servitude, but he was like a big, gawky teenager, new to his strength. I had more than just strength, more than just moxie. I had training, experience, and savvy on my side. Besides, at the moment I was mad enough to chew up nails and spit out paper clips. The Shadow Man couldn't take a shot at me yet. He didn't have that kind of strength. He needed to wait for the storms that came each spring, and to use them to kill me. I had time. I had time to work. If I could just find out where they were, where Gimpy had taken my hair, I could go after him. The answer came to me in a flash, and it seemed simple. If the hair could be used as a link to the rest of me, I should be able to reverse it, to create a link from me back to the hair. Hell, maybe I could just set it on fire, burn it all up from my apartment. The formula for a spell like that would be screwy as hell, though. I needed Bob. Bob could help me work out a spell. figure out a formula like that in minutes instead of hours,
Professor
days. I
As a
grimaced.
traveler from my homeland,
Bob
I
was
long to
gone,
hear a tune that
and
speaks
would
to
be
the
for almost
anguish
another
of
24 hours.
weary
There was no way I could work out that formula in
There
less
now,
than
my
10 or
good
12
friend.
hours by
Chin up,
myself.
as it were. No need to
I
call
didn't think my
this.
brain was coherent enough to
Leave
come up
that
with
to
solid
those
calculations at the
poets,
moment,
chaps,
anyway.
eh? Here's a tune just for you.
I could have
Make
called
it
Murphy.
provides your aching
Murphy would have
spirits
known where Marco was lurking,
lost.
and Gimpy would probably be nearby.
We're not in the business of
She
reporting
could have given me
rumors.
an idea,
There's a
at
widespread
least,
concern
of
over
how
the
to
fact
find
that an
Gentleman
insidious
Johnny,
underground
Gimpy,
criminal
and the Shadow Man.
organization has seized control of the area.
But she never would.
Recent crime
now,
squads confirm that the
and
crime
even if
wave
she
has
did,
certainly gripped our
she'd
region,
demand to know
and
the
it's
whole
showing
story.
no signs of
And
letting
after
up.
I told it to her,
I don't like
she
the
tried to
sound of
take
that,
me into
Linda.
protective
We'll be
custody,
back after this.
or something ridiculous like
We've
that.
recently been having what some are calling the
Clenched
worst
my
kind of luck
fists
there is.
hard,
That's right. Today, we
and my
are talking
nails
about the
dug into my
increased
palms.
likelihood that you'll
I should trim
die.
them
That's
sometime.
not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
I
Either
looked
way,
down at my
everybody is
nails,
dying. That gives me the
then
greatest
hurriedly
That's a
crossed the
wild
street to
overstatement.
stand under
Are
the
you
gas
trying to
station's
make people
lights,
panic?
Did
and
you-
stared
did
at
you
my
say panic?
hands.
She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing.
There was
We've got to get out
blood
of here.
under
You
my
go, I'll
fingernails,
stay and
where
clear up the
they'd
mess.
bitten into
We'll be
Gimpy's
back after
wrists.
this.
I threw back my head and laughed. I had everything I needed. I moved back out of the misting rain and squatted down on the concrete sidewalk. I used a bit of chalk I keep in my duster pocket to sketch out a circle on the concrete surrounding me. Then I scraped the blood out from under my nails and put it onto the concrete between my feet. It glistened in the fine, misty fall of rain. The next part took me a moment to figure out, but I settled for using the tracking spell I already knew rather than trying to modify it to something a little more dignified. I plucked out a couple of nose hairs and put them in the circle too, on top of the bits of Gimpy's skin and blood. Then I touched a finger to the chalk circle and willed energy into it, closing it off. I gathered up my energy from my anger, my renewed fear, my aching head and queasy stomach, and hurled it into the spell. Segui potro testatum. There was a rush of energy that focused on my nostrils and made me sneeze several times in a row. Then it came to me, quite strongly. The scent of Gimpy's cologne. I stood up, opened the circle again with a swipe of my foot, and walked out of it. I turned in a slow circle, all the way around. Gimpy's scent came to me strongly from the southwest, out toward some of the richer suburbs of Chicago. I started laughing again. I had the son of a bitch. I could follow him back to Marcone, or whoever he was working for, but I had to do it now. I hadn't had enough blood to make it last long. "Hey, buddy!" The cabbie leaned out of the window and glared at me, the engine running at an idle, the end of his cheroot glowing orange. I stared at him for a second. "What?" He scowled. "What, are you dead? Did someone call for a cab?" I grinned at him, still angry, still a little lightheaded, still eager to go kick Gimpy in the Shadow Man's teeth in. I did. "Why do I get all the nuts?" he said. "Get in." I did, closing the door behind me. He eyed me suspiciously in the mirror and said, "Where to?" "2 stops," I told him. I gave him my apartment's address and sat back in the seat, my head automatically drawn towards the southwest, toward where the men who wanted to kill me were. "Well, that's 1, he said. "Where's number 2? I narrowed my eyes. I needed a few things from my apartment. My talismans, my blasting rod, my staff, a fetish that would still be vital.
And after that, I was going to have a serious talk with one of Chicago's biggest gangsters. I'll tell you when we get there. That is the end of chapter 16.
Woo! Good chapter.
Yeah.
Also, it looks like Whiskers will be joining us shortly, everybody.
Yo.
Hello, dear Dunbrine.
So there shall be aught soon. Mirai will be joining us as well later on. They will be taking only one commission tonight, FYI. So that one will be a spin of the wheel for that. However, for Whiskers, it'll just be a first come, first serve thing. If anybody would like some art from Whiskers tonight, do message me on Discord. And I will get you added to the queue for that. And then if you want on for Mirai, again, it's a commission thing. Let me know in the chat if you would like that.
Excuse me.
I should actually probably go ahead and go post that we're going to be doing the art stuff today.
That'll be a bad idea.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Jibe Gab just resubscribed for 12 months. Damn.
Gib Gab with the 1 year of support. Thank you so much for that resub and your support for this year.
Well, it has already been 1 year.
Yeah, apparently it has. And Brian with the 3 stream streak.
Hydrate and stretch? Okay.
Time to rebuild what you lost? Oh. Well, I hope that goes well. Does anybody want on the wheel, though, for the Mirai art? Duke, Duke, Duke. Duke.
I'm looking at a list here of these $10 games and debating if I want to try one tonight.
I say whatever you're feeling like.
It's very helpful.
I'm happy to help. Hello there, Clark fans.
Listening to Second Moon, the epitome of
I will admit, and this is nothing. This is not directed towards your Zim. That is actually one of my pet peeves when I ask people like, "Hey, should I do this or this?" And they say, "Whatever you feel or whatever you want." It's like that's not what I'm asking though. I'm asking for you guys to help me make a choice.
Well, I mean, you gave me no information about it.
That's just a second. Like I said, this wasn't directed at you.
Oh, I know. I'm just pointing out you gave me no information, and I don't know. I say you play City Skylines.
I'd have to install that, and that'll probably take forever in a day.
Probably.
Especially with all the mods. Now I got a Morningstar Descent to Deadrock, which is a point and clicker. The Guest, which is an escape room style game. The Last Door Season 2, which looks to be a psychological horror pixel game. And White Knight, which is a noir survival horror adventure. Cast in black and white. There's the last one I have on my choices list here is Aporia, Beyond the Valley, which is a puzzle game similar in the style of Myst, with a heavy emphasis on narration and storytelling.
Should put alleyways in between the houses? I don't know about that, Clark fams. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not certain what the point of the alleyways would be.
You think I might like the last door? Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you
Not
played the
your
game
fault.
before I do things?
Love in sound. Rygone would love in sound mine.
I actually played that one on stream a little bit ago. I think about 3 or 4 months ago. And I actually did like it. But I don't think my audience did. It didn't perform very well.
Ah. Always tricky doing a new game.
Mm-hmm. Do the missed ones, all that? Right? Could.
Oh, the direction of the wind changes depending on where it is. Good to know. Good to know.
The last one I potentially have on my list here is Lunacid, which appears to be a Doom-style dungeon crawler. That looks kind of interesting. You've watched some other streamers play a bit of it a while back. Seems like you had a good story. Yeah. If I were to do The Last Door, though, I'd have to pick up the first game and play through that one just so we know what the heck's going on. Because it looks like there's 2 games in the series. So I'd say give it some thought, everybody. We'll probably do one more chapter, and then I'll swap off to my last game for the evening. Let me see how long this one is. Alright, so that's not too long. Ooh, hot tub.
Well, there goes all my money.
Thank you for your generous donation.
Oh boy. Ah, there you are, Whiskers. Oh, I would love to do more walkable cities. It's just not really something that's been... Ow! Why, Jaffe?
We're American. We don't know what a walkable city looks like.
That's fair. That's very fair. Oh, I'm just getting abused for some reason.
Oh, poor Dean. Alrighty, we ready for the 3rd chapter?
Well, real quick, Whiskers is here, everybody! So, art commissions are live! If you would like one, please message me on Discord. We're not going to do any of the crown redemptions tonight. Sorry, everybody. But you guys can still get some art. For those that may be coming from Telegram and not have our Discord, you can also message me there. But ideally, go with Discord. If you do message me on Telegram, just let me know in the chat that you've done so. Otherwise, yeah, first come, first served. They are $33 for lines, $77 for colors. Alright, you're good, Rygone.
Alrighty, I'm gonna turn off music. Alright, everyone, here we go for Chapter 17. Chapter 17. We ended up at the Varsity, a club Marcone owned in a Chicago suburb. It was a busy place, catering to much of the college-age crowd to be found on this side of the city, and even at 1:30 in the morning it was still fairly crowded for some place so isolated, alone in a strip mall. The only business open at this time of the evening, the only lit windows in sight. "Looney," the cabbie muttered as he drove away, and I had to pause for a moment and agree with him. I had directed him about in a meandering line, the spell I'd cast letting me literally follow my nose along Gimpy's trail. The spell had begun fading almost the moment I'd cast it. I didn't have enough blood to make a more lasting enchantment, but it had held long enough for me to zero in on the Varsity to identify Gimpy's car in the parking lot. I walked past the windows and, sure enough, a large circular booth in the back, I saw Johnny Marcone, the bull-necked Mr. Hendricks, Gimpy, and Spike sitting together and talking. I ducked out of sight in a hurry, before one of them noticed me. Then walked back into the parking lot to consider exactly what I had at my disposal. Bracelet on each wrist, a ring, my blasting rod, my staff. I thought of all the subtle and devious means by which I might tilt the situation in my favor. Clever illusions, convenient faltering of electricity or water, a sudden invasion of rats or cockroaches. I could have managed any of them. Not many people who use magic are that versatile. Very few have the kind of experience and training it takes to put such spells together on the fly. I shook my head, irritated. I didn't have time to bother with subtlety. Power into the talismans, then. Power into the ring. I reached for the power in both the staff and rod, cool strength of wood, and seething anger of fire, and stepped up to the front door of the Varsity. Then, I blew it off its hinges. I blew it out rather than in. Pieces flew toward me and bounced off the shield of air I held in front of me, while others rained back behind me into the parking lot. It wouldn't do to injure a bunch of innocent diners on the other side. You only get one chance to make a first impression. Once the door was off, I pointed my blasting rod inside and spoke a command. The jukebox slammed back into the wall as though a cannonball had impacted it, and then melted into a puddle of liquid plastic goo. The music squealed out of the speakers and stopped. I stepped into the doorway and released a pent-up wave of energy from my ring, starting at the door and then circling throughout the room. The light bulbs began to explode with sharp little detonations and showers of powdered glass and glowing bits of filament. People at the bar and at all the wooden tables scattered around the room reacted as people tend to do in this sort of situation. They started screaming and shouting, rising to their feet, or ducking beneath their tables in confusion. A few ducked out of the fire door at the back of one side of the room. Then there was an abrupt and profound silence. Everyone stood stock still and stared at the doorway,
They stared at me. The back table, Johnny Marcone regarded the doorway with his passionless, money-colored eyes. He was not smiling. Mr. Hendricks, beside him, was glaring at me, his single eyebrow lowered far enough to threaten him with blinding. Spike was tight-lipped and pale. Gimpy stared at me in pure horror. None of them made any moves or any sound. I guess seeing a wizard cut loose can do that to you. Little pig, let me in, I said into the silence. I planted my staff on the ground and narrowed my eyes at Marcone.
I just love Dresden. that whole thing just great. Perfect. Sorry, carry on.
I'd really like to talk to you for a minute, John. Marcone stared at me for a moment. Then his lips twitched up at the corners. You have a singular manner of persuasion, Mr. Dresden. He stood up and spoke aloud to the room, without ever taking his eyes off me. He must have been angry, but the icy exterior concealed it. Ladies and gentlemen, the varsity is closing early, it would seem. Please make an orderly exit through the door nearest you. Don't worry about your bills, Mr. Dresden. You would step out of the doorway and allow my customers to leave? I stepped out of the doorway. The place cleared out fast, customers and staff alike, leaving me alone in the room with Marcone, Hendricks, Spike, and Gimpy. None of them moved as they waited for the customers, the witnesses, to leave. Gimpy started sweating. Hendricks' expression never changed. The big man was as patient as a mountain lion, ready to leap out on the unsuspecting deer. I want my hair back, I said, as soon as the last college-age couple had hustled out the door. Beg pardon? Marcone said. His head tilted to one side, and he seemed genuinely puzzled. You heard me, I said. This piece of trash of yours. I swung my blasting rod up and pointed it at Gimpy. Just jumped me outside a gas station across town and cut off some of my hair. I want it back. I'm not going to go out like Tommy Tom did. Marcone's eyes abruptly shone with a terrible, cold, money-colored anger. He turned his head deliberately to Gimpy. Gimpy's broad face went a bit more pasty, blinked a trickle of sweat out of his eyes. I don't know what he's talking about, boss. Cone's gaze never wavered. I presume, Mr. Dresden, he said, that you have some kind of proof? Look at his left wrist, I said. He's got several fingernail marks on his skin where I grabbed him. Marcone nodded, those cold tiger's eyes on Gimpy's, and said, almost gently, well? He's lying, boss, protested. He licked at his lips. Hell, I got some fingernail marks from my girl. You knew that? You know what you said. He's for real. He knows things. Pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Whoever killed Tommy Tom knows that I'm on his trail, I said. Your rival, whoever it is selling the 3-eye, Gimpy here must have gotten a sweet deal from him to turn on you. He's been providing your rival with information all along, running errands for him. Gimpy couldn't have played a game of poker to save his life. He stared at me in horror, shook his head in protest. "There's an easy way to settle this," Marcone said, his voice smooth and even. "Lawrence, show me your wrist."
He's lying, boss.
Gimpy Lawrence said again, but his voice was shaking.
He's just trying to mess with your head.
"Prince," Marcone said, his tone the gentle reproof of parent to child. Gimpy Lawrence knew it was over. I saw the desperate decision in his face before he actually moved.
"Liar!"
He howled at me. He got up, lifting his hand from underneath the table. I had time to realize he held a revolver, virtually a twin to my own .38, in his fist, before he started shooting. Several things happened at the same time. I lifted my hand, focusing my will on the bracelet of tiny medieval-style shields around my left wrist, and hardened the protective energies around me. Bullets hammered against it with whining noises, striking sparks in the near dark of the restaurant. Spike leapt clear of the table, staying low, a small Uzi-style automatic now in his hands. Hendricks was more ruthless and direct, reacting with the mindlessly violent instincts of a savage. With one hand, the big bodyguard hauled Marcone back, putting his own bulk between the mob boss and Gimpy Lawrence. With the other hand, he produced a compact semi-automatic. Gimpy Lawrence turned his head and saw Hendricks and his gun. He panicked, turning his own weapon toward the larger man. Hendricks shot him with ruthless efficiency. 3 sharp claps of sound, 3 flashes of muzzle light. The first 2 shots hit Gimpy in the middle of his chest, driving him back a pair of steps. The third hit him right over the right eyebrow, jerked his head back, and toppled him to the ground. Gimpy Lawrence had dark eyes, like mine. I could see them. His head turned toward me as he lay there on the floor. I saw him blink once. Then the lights went out of them, and he was gone. I stood there for a moment, stunned. Grand entrance or not, this wasn't what I had wanted to happen. I didn't want to kill anyone. Hell, I didn't want anyone to die. Not me, and not them. I felt sick. It had been a sort of game, a macho contest of showmanship I had been determined to win. All of a sudden, it wasn't a game anymore. I just wanted to walk away from it alive. We all stood there, unmoving. Then Marcone said, beneath Hendricks, "I wanted him alive. He could have answered several questions first." Hendricks frowned and got up off of Marcone. "Sorry, boss." "That's all right, Mr. Hendricks. Better to err on the side of caution, I suppose." Cone stood up, strained his tie, then went and knelt by the body. He felt the man's throat, then wrist, and shook his head. "Lawrence, Lawrence, I would have paid you twice what they offered you, if you'd come to me with it. You never were very smart, were you?" Then, his face showing no more emotion than it had the entire evening, Marcone peeled back Gimpy Lawrence's left sleeve and studied the man's wrist. He frowned and lowered the arm again, his expression pensive. It would seem, Mr. Dresden, he said, that we have a common enemy. He turned to focus his gaze on me. Who is it? I shook my head. I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't be here. I thought maybe it was you. Marcone lifted his eyebrows. You should have known me better than that, Mr. Dresden. It was my turn to frown. You're right. I should have. The killings had been more vicious, savage than Marcone would have cared to use. Competitors might have to be removed, but there was no sense in making a production of it. Certainly, there was no reason to murder bystanders, like Linda, like Jennifer Stanton. It was inefficient, bad for business. If he has something of yours, you are welcome to take it, Mr. Dresden, Marcone said. He looked around the room and sighed. Better hurry. I think the varsity has seen its last crowd. A shame. It was hard, but I walked over to Gimpy Lawrence's body. I had to set aside my staff, my rod, to rifle the corpse's pockets. I felt like a ghoul, crouched over the body of a dead man, picking what was valuable to me off of it. His pockets. I didn't find my hair anywhere. I looked up at Marcone, and he regarded me, my eyes, without any readable emotion. Nothing, I told him. Interesting. He must have passed the material in question to someone else before he came here, Marcone said. Someone after he got here, maybe? Cone shook his head. I am quite sure he did not do that. I would have noticed. I believe you, I told him, and I did. But who? Our enemy, Marcone said. Obviously. I closed my eyes, suddenly sagging with weariness. Damn it. Marcone said nothing. He stood up and issued a few quiet orders to Hendricks and Spike. Hendricks wiped out his gun with a napkin, then left it lying on the floor. Spike went over behind the bar and started to do something involving a power cord and a bottle of whiskey. Gathered up my staff and rod, stood up, and turned to Marcone. Tell me what else you know. I need everything you have, or I'm going to catch this guy.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Marcone considered that and nodded.
Another
yes,
letter
you
from
do.
our erstwhile listeners.
Unfortunately,
What's up,
you chose a
honey?
public
Me
forum
and
for
my
this
sister
discussion.
Love you.
You have set yourself up in the eyes of anyone who cared to
Y'all got
watch as my
clarinets and
enemy.
violins, but you got
As
something
understandable
most
as your
music
reasons
these
might have
days
been,
can't.
the fact that you have publicly defied me remains.
Great Hayden himself.
I cannot let that go without
see
response,
Y'all got
regardless of
soul.
my personal
Oh,
feelings,
yes.
without inviting more of the
A
same.
raison d'être?
I must maintain control.
My sister
It isn't
said
personal,
what you got
Mr.
playing
Dresden.
keys,
It's
got more
business.
funk in his pinky.
I tightened my jaw,
But I told her that
and my
ain't
grip
funk.
on my blasting
That's
rod.
classical. Yes,
It made sure my shield
that
was still
must be
there,
most
ready to
exacerbated.
go.
Classical music has been known since
So
the
what are
time
you
of
going
the
to do
early
about it?
explorers. Funk, by contrast, is
Nothing,
an entirely modern
he
conceit,
said.
and you'll find none
I
of that
need
here.
to
Funk,
do
as they say,
nothing.
is for the
Either
real
our
ones.
enemy will kill
Now,
you,
let's hear another one
in
of
which
those
case I need not
soul
risk myself or my people in
Interesting
removing
news from
you,
the city's export division.
or you will
Sources
find him
tell
in
us
time
our city
and bring
has
him
more
down.
services than we know what to
If you
with.
do defeat
And
him,
you know what that means,
well,
folks.
let it be understood
It
to
means
any
we're
who
not
asked that
cutting
you
things
did so
close
at my
enough.
behest.
Well, no, the
After
point
which,
is we're selling it
thou will be
at
inclined to
the
forget
market
this
level.
That's right.
evening.
You could almost say
Either
it's
way,
too much of a
it
good
profits
Or
me
we
best
could say
to
that we're
wait
enjoying a
and
positive
see.
trade balance, and the economy
If
is
he
booming.
kills me,
More after
I
this.
pointed out,
A housing
if
shortage
I'm the
is
next
driving
one to
up
have my
prices
heart
in
ripped
the area.
out,
That's right,
you still
Leslie, but
won't know where he
apparently
is.
that's not all good news.
You won't be any
We're
closer to
joined today
removing
by an
him,
expert guest,
protecting your
Professor
business.
Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor.
True,
So a housing
Marcone
shortage
said.
is bad for the people
Then he
trying to move
smiled,
here, right?
an expression
Humans
that
are
lasted
programmed to
for only
desire
a fraction
certain
of a second.
representations within ideological
But I think you will not be such
which are
easy prey.
entirely apart from the
I think
actual
even if he tries to
rewards
kill you,
enjoyed. For
he will reveal
example,
himself in
consider
some
Captain
way.
One final
And
question,
since
Professor.
our encounter
Is
the other
housing
day,
shortage going to make
I think
me
I have a better feel
By
for what sort of
certain metrics,
things to
perhaps
look for.
yes, in the short term.
I scowled
like
at
the
him.
sound of that.
But
turned
while
to
we are
go,
discussing
moving
the
briskly
study of
toward
a
the door.
statistical abstraction and its
Harry,
effect on
he
the
said.
human
Thank you,
He
Professor.
stopped and turned back around. On a personal note, I know nothing that would profit you in any case. All of his people we managed to take revealed nothing. They were that afraid of him. No one seems to know just where the drug comes from, or what it is made, or where this person does business. Shadows, they say. That he is always in the shadows. That is all I have learned. I regarded Johnny Marcone for a moment, and then nodded once. Thank you. He shrugged. Good luck. I think it would be best if you and I did not encounter one another in the future. I cannot tolerate any more interference in my affairs. I think that's a good idea, too, I said. Excellent. It is good to have someone who understands. And then he turned back toward his remaining two men, leaving the corpse of Gimpy Lawrence on the floor behind him. I turned and trudged out of the place, into the night, in the cold and misty rain. I still felt sick. Could still see Gimpy Lawrence's eyes as he died. I could still hear Linda Randall's husky laughter in my head. I still regretted lying to Murphy, and I still had no intentions of telling her any more than I already had. I still didn't know who was trying to kill me. I still had no defense to present to the White Council. Let's face it, Harry, I told myself. You're still screwed. That is the end of chapter 17.
Ah, it's getting so good.
Oh.
Let's finish this tonight.
What? If you want me to finish it tonight, I'm gonna need some incentives.
Well, I got an artist here who's who could do some work. Just saying.
I don't want to hold your artists hostage, so they've got other work to do.
Actually, we don't have anything on the key right now, so...
Oh, fair enough. There we go.
You good with that, Whiskers? Also sent you your pack, Era. We might go ahead and allow, we may go ahead and allow, whatever those things are called. My brain is derping right now. Oh, I was saying you could do some art for, Rygone here in return for him, continuing to narrate. But, if we don't get any, commissions, we'll go and allow, the sable crowns to be used, everybody.
join me.
You want to discuss events in the series, but you don't want to spoil things for Rygone? Oh, I know. I know that pain. It's such a good series, though. Rygone's doing it really good justice.
No. Yeah, though sorry that the voices keep changing on the characters, everyone. It's hard to remember what I did for who.
You've been doing a
This
great
isn't...
job.
Well, I appreciate it. This isn't a professional, thing, though, so... If it, like I said before, if it was professional, I'd probably do a voice clip with each character and then just play it back to myself if I needed to. Like, oh yeah, that's right, that guy did have a nasally whine. Derp, derp, derpy, derp, 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 derpy, derp. Well, I'll tell you all what. I'm gonna go quickly get some dinner heated up in the microwave, and we can make our decision when I get back.
Sounds good. Alright, we're gonna put a bus stop here. Bus stop here. We'll stick one here. We're probably only gonna run like 2 or 3 lines right now. Oh yeah, the animations are going to be available, Era, if you would like that. They're going to be $50 for color or for non-colored, 100 for colored, or 55 for and 10 for colored, because taxes and fees and whatnot. But those will be available. My only issue with these frickin' my issue with these pedestrian roads is that trying to figure out which way this bus stop is facing is an absolute nightmare. Okay, I guess that's facing that way. How do I actually rotate it? Or can I actually rotate it? Does not look like I can. Oh, but Legos are so much fun. I don't care how old I get, I'm still gonna enjoy Legos.
Oh,
Delphox Paws. This stream is sponsored by Delphox Paws.
Oh. But, Jace, what about me? I want pie. Can't I have pie? Ow. Well, yes, but what's that got to do with anything, Jace? I like pie. I like pie and pie accessories. Yeah. Oh, I want pumpkin pie. Or more specifically, I want my grandma's pumpkin pie. I miss it. Maybe I'll be able to get it this year. A hint of honey in it? Oh. Sounds tasty. You wonder what would happen to Jace if bread no longer existed? Oh, you don't want to know what happens. The bread shortage was horrible. Ow! Why Slytherite?
How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself? Let's see here. Y'all got
Okay,
soul.
so we're gonna run.
Yes, soul.
I'm not planning anything evil. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be Santa. Yeah.
Okie dokie. I has the footies.
That ain't funk. That's classic.
Ow!
That must be
Well, sorry. You think my entrance would hurt that much? But my presence does tend to give people rashes.
It was the chat boozing me.
Chat, what are you doing a boozing poor Jim?
Joke.
They say I'm planning something evil.
The commercial district is booming.
Aren't you?
As the area is attracting
Maybe.
more high-end stores, bringing the
But it's a good thing. I'm gonna bring presents.
You can now shop for
I just need some volunteers. Yeah.
Jarva Mate. or so my wife tells me. That's
All right, who
good
wants
for
to be
business
voluntold?
And good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Ooh. Oh. That's up.
Well, cool it.
Right. Anyway, thank you for volunteering, dear Guardian.
What did Deer volunteer for?
To carry presents.
Oh. Okay. All my bus lines are set up. All 6 of them.
Good. I'm glad that you've got the patience for that. I usually don't. Like buses, all right, I'll give them a try. Tries them. Well, that didn't go very well.
Buses aren't that bad in this game, at least. But yeah, if you guys want to see a sneak preview, I can go ahead and give one. We've got a YCH thing coming up very soon. Oh, it's already here. There we go. It'll come up after the Marten video. That should be over shortly. Yeah. It should only play for a minute. I'm not sure why it's still going. What the... I think something broke. Oh wait, nope, there it goes. But yeah, there's a sneak preview of the YCH. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, chat. Well, we come to our decision. Do we want to do a bit more narration, or do we want to do something, or do we want to play a game? The remainder of our evening.
Well, Whiskers said yes to the art, so...
I don't know what to get.
I mean, TF is always an option.
Oh, I could definitely do with some of that, sure.
I'll show you one they did for me recently.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, that's very lovely. Turning into squirrel, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, all right. Well, let me toss you everything you might need then.
Okay.
Pokemon or not Pokemon?
Is that a question of what's allowed, or or asking my opinion?
Your opinion.
Pokemon.
Okay.
Well, like I said, Era. 55 for non-colored, 110 for colored.
Let's see here. Let's go with a Noiver. Let's go with a Noiver. Okay, here you go. There he goes.
Okay.
Human
I'll
ref
send it
and
off.
Noivern ref.
Sounds good. Any particular triggers or anything?
That's a good question. I don't want to do a Pokeball. Pokeballs are always so overdone. There is a trigger. I'm just trying to. It's like on the tip of my tongue. I'm having trouble visualizing it. You know, you have any ideas? One I'm kind of thinking is like flying a kite.
Interesting trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Alright, let's do that one then.
Sorry, Era. Yeah. No, Sable crowns for that. At least not yet. Alright. And it looks like Mirai is just about ready to get started. So if anybody would like on the wheel for the art from Mirai, please let me know.
Because once we get the bike, we will have the...
Rygone becomes a flying squirrel kite. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Zim, that school game I showed you a while ago?
Yeah?
It's on Steam.
Oh no. Rygone, no.
What do you mean, Rygone? No.
I said what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I love it. Man, now I wonder if they're... What about Strong's
Okay.
Computer can run it, which is why I haven't gotten it yet. Before it could have...
need all the housing. Because everybody wants to move to my city.
Oh, there goes Discord. So that's not big. Oh.
Whiskers, I don't know if you're checking the chat, but, Era wants to know if you're half interested in drawing a guitar.
Yep, I'm just taking a moment to eat, everyone.
And time for Stream Raiders.
Shadow Prancer. Night Trotter.
And I think I need to step away for a moment. I'll be right back.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical delight. Tonight, we are doing a musical tour of Italia. Land of art and culture. Que bon.
Well, chat, looks like I've been bribed sufficiently. We shall continue with the reading tonight. We've still got quite a few chapters to go. I think we've got about... What chapter are we on right now? I think we've got about 9 more chapters to go in this book. I've been toasted. Toast, 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 toast.
Hi, old pal.
It's making fun of, like,
Just another reminder.
Oh,
sorry.
Like at one point,
I was saying hello to all pal.
Just a reminder, everybody, $33 for lines, $77 for colors. And also let me know, just message me on Discord if you would like on the art wheel for Mirai art tonight.
It's a more complicated kind of stitch. And she's like,
Alternatively, you could get in on the Christmas YCH early, because that's one thing that Mirai is going to be working on tonight. So just let me know that as well.
You're gonna buy tickets to concert tomorrow? You're excited for that? Nice. Who's playing?
So the YCH is more up in the air. It's a bit more free for Morka. Basically, the idea behind the YCH is we cannot have... when it comes to the YCH, the only thing on it is that we cannot have 8 people. Beyond that, we can have 7, we can have 9... or more or less on either side, whichever. Just can't be exactly 8. It's part of the little story behind it. And as far as it goes, the TF is whatever you want. We encourage for you guys to go with a Digimon or Pokemon. Well, Digimon first, and then Pokemon and everything else second. But whatever you guys want to do on that is up to you. Oh, right. Internet service is available now. I gotta go install that stuff.
Okay. That's all.
Get everything installed. Oh my gosh. This looks like this would be a fun little game to play. Just for like an evening.
What is it?
It's called the U Testament.
What
It's
am
also
I
made by
testifying?
McDickey. The U Testament. Where you can essentially play as like some guy that's in the background of like Jesus' story. But because it's made by M. Dickey, all sorts of chaotic things can happen, including body slamming Jesus.
Oh.
I think I know this one. Isn't it the same people that make like Prison Time or something?
Maybe. It's made by M. Dickey, and he makes all sorts of fun little chaotic games.
You can legit, I think, pile drive Jesus.
Yeah, you can fight in a gladiator coliseum. One guy here is like, I will show you the meaning of reality, and then the background just turns into code, and he starts saying like, "From it the code came God" or something like that. It looks like a fun little, just silly experience. And for $3, it probably wouldn't be bad for an entertaining evening.
I think you can body slam your own mother in that game. You know, it's just trying to be more accurate. Now there isn't a command for squeak. I am not.
No.
Actually, there is a command for squeak.
She's gotta make sure that
What?
I get off during that time because I'm going.
Yes. I'm not feeding audio through Discord right now because the narration, but yes, there is a command for squeak.
Maybe 2 days removed, but I wanted to.
It goes squeak.
So after I spend all that time.
Oh, that still sounds adorable. I'm not a cute squeaky toy.
For a day or two.
Why am I saying this out loud?
I don't know. Alrighty, everyone. I'm just about fed up with food.
I was gonna say, what did we do wrong?
Well, that's why I said the second thing. You know, kind of get y'all kind of worried, and then I take the worry away and I bundle in a little ball and I put in the trash can.
We're about to see Rygone by M. Dickey. Still the same comforting Rygone, but he also suplexes.
Mm-hmm.
That's...
Yeah, whatever you just said was lost to your squeakiness there, squeakers.
Don't squeeze my nose.
He's just harder.
Yeah.
Also, Era, if you want to do the guitar animation, but you're willing to make it, Jace, I could go half and half on that. Just saying. Since I'm gonna get an animation anyways to go with that, with the song that you were doing, the Floor Coon.
Lord Coon.
Okay, Mirai is ready!
Alright, I'll go ahead and I'll let you do that, and then we shall start with the next chapter.
2 went to the left of the tractor, 1 went to the right by me.
That's fair, Era. I was just saying, you know, letting you know that that is an option.
Oh, no worries, Lexi. I hope you have fun when you do get down there and you get to enjoy the music. Well, Zim, who's that handsome fellow?
Great question.
Wear other boots.
Answer, we don't know. It could be you.
You're
that
listening to
was a
Second
joke.
Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble devotee of the form, and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue.
And there is Mirai. Hi,
As a
Mirai.
traveler from my homeland, I long to hear it too.
Hello, Mirai.
Anguish of my road-weary soul. There now, my good fellow, chin up, as it were.
So yeah, if anybody would like on the wheel for a commission from Mirai, let me know on Discord. And if anybody wants some art from Whiskers, let me know that as well. $33 for lines, $77 for colors. Alternatively, like I said, you guys can get an early start on this Christmas YCH that Mirai is working on. The idea is Asher heard about Christmas and decided he wanted to be Santa. And is TFing a bunch of people into things to pull his sleigh. And yeah. It is $110 per slot, but you can have whatever TF you want on there. Ideally Digimon, but not required.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for people trying to move here.
Look at that evil laugh.
A program to desire certain representations within ideological
Look at that evil laugh.
I can hear the laugh from there.
Rewards enjoyed. For example, consider
I am excited for this. And yes, Lightning Dragon, we got 2 art streams. And we're also going to have Rygone doing narration. And it's a busy stream. Awesome stream. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priority.
But let me know if you all would like, ideally message me on either Telegram or Discord, and we can get you all set up on things. This Christmas YCH is primarily helping out with Conrad, the 3D artist that did this Asher model, even though you can't really see my hand tracking very much because people are in the way, but you know. Which I guess I could move them over to the other side for now. Boom. Wait, why didn't that work? There we go. Yeah. But yeah.
Alrighty, we ready to continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Lucky.
Hi, Lexi. I'll be quiet now for a bit. If you guys want in, message me on Discord.
And in the beginning, God made the universe. Everyone regarded that as a very bad idea. Oh wait, wrong book. Alright, we'll turn off the music. Chapter 18. Have you ever felt despair? Absolute hopelessness? Have you ever stood in the darkness and known, deep in your heart, in your spirit, that it was never, ever going to get better? That something had been lost, ever? That it wasn't coming back? That's what it felt like, walking out of the varsity, walking out into the rain. When I'm in turmoil, when I can't think, when I'm exhausted and afraid and feeling very, very alone, I go for walks. It's just one of those things I do. Walk, and I walk. Sooner or later, something comes to me. Something that makes me feel less like jumping off a building. Though I won't. It was pretty stupid, in retrospect. Walking around Chicago late on a Saturday night. Didn't look up very often. Walked and let things roll around in my head. My hands in the pockets of my duster, which flapped around my long legs while the light rain gradually plastered my hair to my head. I thought about my father. I usually do, when I get that low. He was a good man, a generous man, a hopeless loser. A stage magician at a time when technology was producing more magic than magic. He had never had much to give his family. He was on road most of the time, playing rundown houses, trying to scratch out a living for my mother. He wasn't there when I was born. He wasn't there when she died. He showed up more than a day after I'd been born. He gave me the names of 3 magicians and took me with him on the road, entertaining children and retirees, performing in school gymnasiums and grocery stores. He was always generous, kind, more kind and more generous than we could afford, really. He was always a little bit sad. He would show me pictures of my mother and talk about her every night. It got to where I almost felt that I knew her myself. As I got older, the feeling increased. I saw my father, I think, as she must have, as a dear, sweet, gentle man, a little naive, honest, and kind. Someone who cared for others, and who didn't value material gain over all else. I can see why she would have loved him. I never got to be old enough to be his assistant, as he had promised me. He died in his sleep one night. An aneurysm, the doctors said. I found him, cold, smiling. Maybe he'd been dreaming of Mother when he went. And as I looked at him, I suddenly felt, for the very first time in my life, utterly, entirely alone. That something was gone that would never return. That a little hole had been hollowed out inside of me that wasn't ever going to be filled again. That was how I felt that rainy spring night in Chicago, walking along the streets, my breath pluming into steam, my right boot creaking with every step. Dead people occupying all of my thoughts. I shouldn't have been surprised, I suppose, when after hours of walking, my steps carried me back to Linda Randall's apartment. The police were all gone. Now, the lights all off. All the gawking neighbors cozy in their beds. It was quiet in the apartment complex. Dawn wasn't yet brushing the sky. Somewhere, on a window ledge or in a rooftop nest, a bird was twittering. I was at the end of my strength, my resources. I hadn't thought of anything, hadn't come up with any brilliant ideas. The killer was going to get a spell together to kill me the next time he had a storm to draw on. And from the way the air felt, that could be any time. If he didn't kill me, Morgan would certainly have the White Council set to execute me at dawn on Monday. The bastard was probably out lobbying votes already. If the matter came before the council, I wouldn't stand a chance. I leaned against the door to Linda's apartment. It was striped with police line, do not cross, yellow and black tape. I didn't really realize what I was doing until I had already worked a spell that opened the door, unfastened the lowest strip of yellow tape, walked into her apartment. This is so stupid, Harry, I told myself. I guess I wasn't in the mood to listen. I walked around Linda's apartment, smelling her perfume and her blood. They hadn't come to clean up the blood yet.
apartment manager would probably have to handle that later. They never really show you details like that in the movies. I eventually found myself lying on the floor, on the carpeting next to Linda Randall's large bed. I was curled on my side, my back to her bed, my face toward the sliding glass doors that led out to our little concrete patio. I didn't feel like moving, like going anywhere, like doing anything. Useless. It had all been useless. I was going to die in the next 2 days. The worst part was that I wasn't sure that I cared. I was just so tired, exhausted from all the magic I'd had to use, from the walking, from the bruises and punches and lack of sleep. It was dark. Everything was dark. I think I must have fallen asleep. I needed it. After everything that had happened. Don't remember anything else until the sun was too bright in my eyes. I blinked and lifted a hand against the light, keeping my eyes closed. Mornings had never been my best time, and the sun had risen above the tops of the buildings across the street. Cheerful springtime sunshine that dashed through Linda Randall's curtains, through my eyelids, and into my brain. I grumbled something and rolled over, face to the cool darkness under Linda's bed, back to the warm sunlight. But I didn't go back to sleep. Instead, I started to get disgusted with myself. "What the hell are you doing, Harry?" I demanded, out loud. "Lying down to die," I told myself petulantly. "Like hell," my wiser part said. "Get off the floor and get to work." "Don't wanna. Tired. Go away." "You're not too tired to talk to yourself, so you're not too tired to bail your ass out of the alligators either. Open your eyes," I told myself firmly. I hunched my shoulders, not wanting to obey. But against my better judgment, I did open my eyes. The sunlight had turned Linda Randall's apartment into an almost cheerful place, overlaid with a patina of gold. Empty still, to be sure, but warm with a few good memories. I saw a high school yearbook lying nearby, underneath the bed, several photographs serving as bookmarks. There was also a framed picture of a much younger Linda Randall, smiling brightly. None of the jade wariness I had seen in her in evidence, standing in her graduation robes between a kind-looking couple in their late 50s. Her parents, I presumed. She looked happy. And, lying just in the edge of a stray little beam of sunlight, one that was already retreating as the sun rose above the edge of the buildings, was a small, red plastic cylinder with a gray cap. My salvation. I snatched it out from under the bed. I was shaking. I shook the canister, and it rattled. A roll of film was inside. I opened up the canister and dumped the film into my hand. The plastic leader had been retracted into the case. There were pictures on the film, but they hadn't been developed yet. I closed the film up again and reached into the pocket of my duster and drew out another canister, the one I'd found at Victor Sell's lake house. The two were a match. My mind spun around, taking off down a whole new track. An entirely new realm of possibility had opened up to me, and somewhere in it might be my opportunity
my chance to get
One
out
sec.
of this alive.
Ito Akami raided my stream with 16 viewers.
Pixel, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. Sorry to cut you off, Rygone. Just was overpowering ya. But Pixel, thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream? Would you like a regular shout out or a random clip from your channel brought up? Hello there, Zelo. Hello, Flo. Welcome on in, everybody. I am Raw Zim. We've got a lot of stuff going on today. We've got art commissions available. Do exclamation point art if you are interested in that. We've got Rygone from the channel Rygone Plays, who you should definitely go check out, who is doing some narration of a story today. And yeah, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. I really appreciate that you sharing your community. We do lots of games. I'm doing some City Skylines 2 right now. We do a lot of Cosmeteer lately. And we've also got a lot of tabletop games. Pathfinder, World of Darkness, several Pokemon games, and a Digimon game. So do hit that follow button. Come join us again. And yeah, do check out Pixel, everybody. Or Ito Akami, as they are here on Twitch. And yeah, thank you so much. Also, we've got a Christmas YCH going on here. It is a TF-themed piece where Asher, my Digimon, my Labramon character here, who I'm currently in the model of, is TFing a bunch of people because he's going to be Santa. Yeah. Those are $100 each. They're going to be higher quality than normal for what you guys can get through the streams, but message me if you would like in on that. Zim, Rygone, Mirai, and Whiskers are happy brain juice machine? Yes, yes we are. But yeah, thank you again for sharing your community. I will let Rygone get back to the narration here. If you could back up just a bit here for them. And yeah.
Alright, I'll do it. I'll back up. Chapter 1.
Hey there, Starwolf Skin. Just thought you should know that Jim and
We
underscore
good?
thinks you're cute.
We are, yes.
Alright. My mind spun around, taking off down a whole new track. An entirely new realm of possibility had opened up to me, and somewhere in it might be my opportunity, my chance to get out of this alive, to catch the killer, to salvage everything that had started going to hell. It still wasn't clear. I couldn't be sure what was going on, but I had a possible link now. A link between the murder investigation and Monica Sell's aborted inquiry into the disappearance of her husband, Victor. I had another lead to follow, but there wasn't much time to follow it. I had to get up, to get on my feet, and get going fast. You can't keep a good wizard down. I stood up, grabbed my staff and rod, and started toward the door. The last thing I needed was to get caught trespassing on a crime scene. It could get me arrested and stuck in holding. I'd be dead before I could get bail. My mind was already rolling ahead, working out the next step, trying to find this photographer who had been at Victor's beach house, and getting these pictures developed, and seeing if there was anything in them that was worth Linda Randall's death. It was then that I heard a sound and stopped. It came again, a quiet scraping. Someone turned the key in the deadbolt of the apartment's front door and swung it open. That is the end of chapter 18.
That was a short one.
Yeah, it was
But
decently short.
but rather heavy.
Sometimes you just gotta dedicate a chapter to somebody feeling sorry for themselves.
Touche. Touche. I plan to be streaming at that time, Ledford. I stream basically every day. Later this month, or later in December, I'm kind of being semi-forced to take a vacation by my family, but otherwise I stream every day. 7 days a week with only the occasional day off. Also, if anybody
Usually
would
because
like...
we have to force you.
Yeah, usually. If anybody would like on the art wheel from Mirai, do make sure you let me know. We got Orca on it. And that is it right now. So it's wide open. This will be for a commission from Mirai. The Whiskers is open for commissions. First come, first serve. Just let me know on Discord or Telegram, and you can get that going.
Picture's coming along well, Whiskers. Alright, it looks like I'm out of water, so I'm going to go quickly grab some water, so that way I have something more than pop to drink. When I get back, we'll get on to the next chapter. So be right back, everyone. Here's some music. Entertain yourself. Wait, no, not like that.
It looks like we've got our first volunteer. Yes, that's the term. Volunteer for the Christmas YCH. Yeah. I'm just getting the invoice set up now.
Oh no. Meanwhile, one of the people in the office was a feral, and for
Yep, next time your friends get your phone that they don't check your Twitch? Oh, what's wrong with that?
man, this just isn't fair.
We're perfectly fine here. Ish.
We have enough right now.
Maybe. somewhat.
It is suddenly dark where I am. Is it stormy outside?
Okay, so that's everything.
Okay. I want to make sure I didn't go insane.
So, does anybody want some art today? Other than Orca? And Orca, I've sent you your invoice. Send me the details of what you'd like. Yeah? Well, let me know, Zelo.
We don't have anything to...
Right now, Whiskers is working down there in the bottom left. They're working on the a Noivern TF for Rygone. And up above, we've got... It's not showing my pointing fingers. That's close enough. Up above, we've got Mirai, who is working on the Christmas YCH right now.
Well, once you break it down, it will...
Hello,
just break it
Zolette.
down, not the item itself. And then
But yeah, let me know, Zelo. Yes, lots of beans are being drawn today.
I don't know that one off the top.
And of course, you can all get on the Christmas YCH there. That area that's got the under construction, that's where your guys' characters will go.
Water, but it does have...
We just left it blank for now because we don't know how many we're going to have. Oh yeah, we got a raid, Merle. Oh, by all means, Zelo. Digimon is especially welcome on this. Asher's being Santa, and so he's turning people into critters to help pull his sleigh. Yeah. Those ones are $100 each. $110 with taxes and fees. The funds from this are being raised to help one of the other artists I managed for, the one that put together this model for me. He is currently, his landlady kicked him out. We got the minimum funds put together, but he could definitely use some more help. And yes, there is a Guilmon. That is Asher's dad. That's Jace. Yeah. I don't know if they do that, Slitherite. Especially not with Jace there. Yeah.
I told you they're not always that good.
Your FIP? I don't know what you mean by that, Ledford. Well, the text on this, the dialogue that we've got in mind, which will be, because it will have dialogue across the top. Where did I put that? Here it is. So, Asher's going to be saying, "Yes, now we shall bring evil presents to everyone. Mahaha!" And then Jace goes, "You know Santa only has 8 reindeer, right?" He does? And they're supposed to be reindeer. Oh. Oops. Can I keep them anyways?
Okay. Fuck you, Vulture.
It's gonna be a fun one. But, yeah. Let me know on Discord or Telegram if anybody wants something. And, yeah.
I specified...
Whenever you are ready for the next chapter, Rygone, let me know.
Because I had something objectively better.
Memes!
Yeah, there's...
No memes. You're being, you are being,
The item.
I mean, we could do that, Era. We could, but,
Like 3 times. Don't forget that.
it's a really short one, so I wasn't sure about, you know, going that far with it.
We've completed them 3 times. generator. Oh, a
But yeah.
Moons.
Rygone, you have been successfully bribed into narration. Get back to work.
are higher tier and can be a part of certain.
Memes.
Also, I love how... I swear, these little things are absolutely sentient. The Pokemon community game, we've got a Noivern TF being drawn, and a Noibat has appeared. I guess you got busy with somebody. I mean, what?
Eyebrow wiggle.
I mean, we have a lot of both strings and mechanical parts.
Alright, well, I'll wait for this moon to be thrown, and then we'll get started with the next chapter. Ow. Alrighty. Boop. Chapter 19. There was no time to flee beneath a bed or into the bathroom, and I didn't want to be limited in mobility in any case. I leapt forward and stood behind the door as it opened, keeping very still. A man entered, slim, short, harried looking, his hair a listless shade of brown. Is this the color of my hair? Sim, am I listless?
No, just the color.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. We still love you anyways.
And sure thing, Drunk Dragonera, just let me know. Was drawn back into a ponytail. He wore dark cotton pants and a dark jacket, and carried a pouch on a strap at his side. He shut the door, most of the way, looked around with great agitation. But, like most people who are too nervous to be thinking clearly, he was seeing less than he should have been. And though his head swept over where I would have been in his peripheral vision, he didn't notice me. He was a good-looking man, or so it seemed, with strong lines to his jaw and cheekbones. He crossed the room and stopped short when he saw the blood-stained bed. I saw him clench his hands into fists. He made a strange, cawing little sound, then hurried forward to throw himself down on the floor by the bed and started pawing underneath it. After a few seconds, his pawing grew more frantic. I heard him curse out loud. I slid my fingers over the smooth surface of the film canister in my pocket. So, the mysterious photographer lurking outside of Victor Cell's lake house was here looking for the film. I had a feeling in my stomach like I get when I finish a particularly difficult jigsaw puzzle. A peculiar satisfaction mingled with a touch of smugness. I settled my staff and rod silently into the corner by the door, flipped my official police consultant's badge, complete with my photograph on it, of my duster so that it showed against the black canvas. I covered my ratty old t-shirt with the coat and hoped that the man would be too rattled and nervous to notice I was wearing sweatpants and cowboy boots beneath the duster. I kept my hands in my pockets, pushed the door shut with a little nudge of my boot, and just as it closed said, "So, returning to the scene of the crime. I knew we'd catch you if I just waited." The man's reaction would have had me rolling in laughter on any other day. He jerked, slammed his head against the bottom of the bed, yelped, drew himself back from the bed, turned to look at me,
and all but leapt back over the bed in surprise when he saw me. I revised my opinion of his looks. His mouth was too pinched, his eyes too small and too close together, giving him the intent, predatory look of a ferret. I narrowed my eyes and stalked toward him in one slow pace at a time. Just couldn't stay awake, could you? No, he said. Oh, God, you don't understand. I'm a photographer. See? See? He fumbled with a case at his side and produced a camera from it. Taking pictures for the papers. That's what I'm doing here, just trying to get a good look around. Save it, I told him. We both know you aren't here to take pictures. You are looking for this. And I pulled the film canister out of my pocket, held it up, and showed it to him. His babbling stopped, and he stood stock still, staring at me, then at the canister. He licked his lips and started trying to say something. Who are you? I asked. I kept my voice gruff, demanding. I tried to think of what Murphy would sound like if I was downtown with her right now, waiting for her to ask me questions. Wise! Donnie Wise! He swallowed, staring at me. Am I in some kind of trouble? I narrowed my eyes at him and sneered. We'll see about that. Do you have identification? Sure, yeah. Let me see it. I speared him with a glance and added, slowly. He goggled at me and reached for his hip pocket with exaggerated slowness. With one hand, he drew out his wallet and flipped it open to his driver's license. I stalked toward him, snatched it, and studied it. His license and picture agreed with the name he'd given me. Well, Mr. Wise, again, this is an ongoing investigation. So long as you give me your cooperation, I don't think that we... I looked to see him peering at my name badge, and my voice trailed off. He jerked his wallet back and accused, You're not a cop? I tilted my head back at an arrogant angle. Okay, maybe not, but I work with the cops, and I've got your film. He cursed again and started stuffing his camera back into his bag, clearly meaning to leave. No, you got nothing. Nothing that connects any of this to me. So I'm out of here. I watched him start past me, toward the door. Don't be so hasty, Mr. Wise. I really think you and I have things to discuss. Like a dropped film canister underneath the deck of a house in Lake Providence last Wednesday night. He flicked a quick glance up at me. I have nothing to say to you, he mumbled. Whoever the hell you are. He reached for the door and started to open it. I gestured curtly to my staff in the corner and hissed in my best dramatic voice. Vento servitas. Jerking my hand at the doorway, my staff, driven by tightly controlled channels of air moving in response to my evocation, leapt across the room and slammed the door shut in front of Donnie Wise's nose. He went stiff as a board. He turned to face me, his eyes wide. My God, you're one of them! Don't kill me, he said. Oh, God, you've got the pictures. I don't know anything, nothing. I'm no danger to you. He tried to keep his voice calm, but it was shaking. I saw him tilt his eyes at the glass sliding doors to the little patio, as though calculating his chances of making it there before I could stop him. Relax, Mr. Wise, I told him. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm after the man who killed Linda. Help me. Tell me what you know. I'll take care of the rest. He let out a harsh little laugh and eased a half-step toward the glass windows. And get myself killed? Like Linda? Like those other people? No way! Oh, Mr. Wise, Tell me what you know. Put a stop to the killings. I'll bring Linda's murderer to justice. I try to keep my voice soothing, even, fighting against the frustration I felt. Hell, I'd wanted to rattle him, but I hadn't meant to scare him so badly that he wanted to jump through a plate glass sliding door. I want these people stopped just as badly as you do. Why? He demanded. I saw a little contempt in his eyes now. What was she to you? Were you sleeping with her too? I shook my head. No. She's just one more dead person who shouldn't be. You're not a cop. You risk your ass to do this. Why go up against these people? Haven't you seen what they can do? I shrugged. Who else is going to? He didn't answer me, so I held up the film canister. What are these pictures, Mr. Wise? What is on this film that was worth killing Linda Randall for? Donnie Wise rubbed his palms over his thighs. His ponytail twitched as he looked about the room. I'll make you a deal. Give me the film, and I'll tell you what I know. I shook my head. I might need what's on here. What's there isn't any good to you if you don't know what you're looking at, he pointed out. I don't know you from Adam. I don't want any trouble. All I want is to get my ass out of this alive and in one piece. I stared at him for a moment. If I traded him, I'd lose the film and whatever was on it. If I didn't, and if he was telling me the truth, the film wouldn't do me any good. The trail had led me here, to him. If I didn't dig up a lead somewhere else, I was dead. So I snapped my fingers, letting my staff rattle to the floor. Then I tossed him the film, underhand. He dropped it, and stooped to recover it, studying me warily. After I get out of here, he said, we're quits. I've never seen you before. I nodded. Fine. Let's have it. Donnie swallowed and ran a hand back over his hair, giving his ponytail a nervous little tug at the end of the motion. I knew Linda from around. I've taken some pictures of her for a portfolio. I do shoots for some of the girls around town. They want to make it into magazines, most of them. Adult magazines? I asked. No, he snapped, nervous still. Uncle Abner's magazine for children. Of course, adult mags. Nothing really classy, but you can make some good money if you're not Hugh Hefner's type. So on Wednesday, Linda comes to me. She says she's got a deal for me. I shoot some pictures for her and give her the film. And she's real nice to me. All I have to do is show up to where she says, shoot a roll through the windows, and go. Deliver to her the next day. So I did it. And now she's dead. Out in Lake Providence, I said. Yeah. What did you see there? I asked. Thank you, Led Ford Myman, for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Rygonian community.
Thanks for following through and checking out Rygone.
Donnie Wise shook his head, his eyes drawn past me to the bed again. Linda, some other people, no one I knew. They're having some kind of party, all candles and stuff. It was storming like hell, a lot of thunder and lightning. I couldn't really hear 'em. I worried for a while about someone looking up and seeing me in the lightning, but I guess they were too busy. They were having sex, I said. No, he snapped. They were playing canasta. Yeah, sex, the real thing. Not fake stuff on a set. Real thing don't look as good. Linda, some other woman, 3 men. I shot my roll and got out. I grinned, but he didn't seem to have noticed the double entendre. You just don't get a quality lowlife often enough anymore. Can you describe any of these other people? He shook his head. I wasn't looking, or they wasn't being too particular, if you could take my meaning. turned my stomach. Did you know what Linda wanted with the pictures? He looked at me and then snickered, as though I were extremely simple. Jesus, buddy, what do you think someone wants with pictures like that? She wanted to get leverage on somebody. Hell, it wouldn't hurt her reputation. Any pictures of her in the middle of an orgy got out. But it might have some of the people with her. What kind of simp wannabe cop are you? I ignored the question. What are you going to do with the film, Donnie? He shrugged. Trash it, probably. I saw his eyes flick from side to side, and I knew that he was lying to me. He'd keep the film, find out who was in the pictures, and if he thought he could get away with it, he'd try to weasel whatever profit he could out of it. He seemed the type. I trusted my instincts. Allow me, I said, and snapped my fingers. Fuego. The canister's gray lid flew off in a little whoosh of flame, and Donnie Wise yelped, drawing his hand back sharply. The red canister burst into flame on its way to the ground, and landed there in a crumpled, smoking lump. He stared at the film, then up at me, his mouth gaping. I hope I don't find out you've lied to me, Donnie, I told him. He went white as a sheet, assured me that he hadn't, then turned and fled out of the apartment, locking loose 2 bits of police tape on the way out. He didn't close the door behind him. I let him go, relieved him. He didn't seem bright enough to make up a story on the fly, as rattled as he'd been. I felt a ferocious surge of triumph, of anger, and of the desire to find this person, whoever it was, who was taking the raw forces of life and creation and turning them to the ends of destruction, and to put him in the trash with the rest of the garbage. Whoever he was, murdering with magic and killing people by degrees with a 3-eyed drug, he was someone I wanted to put down. My brain lurched into gear. Now that there was something to work with, some other possibility for tomorrow morning than me dying in a variety of gruesome ways. Linda Randall had been planning on blackmailing someone. I took a staggering mental leap and figured it was Victor, or someone out at his house during the party. Why? I didn't have any pictures now, only the information I'd gotten from Donnie Wise. I couldn't afford to wait around. I had to pursue the lead he'd given me if I was to get to the bottom of this, find out who had killed Linda. How I had managed to get into all this trouble in only a few days. How in the world had I managed to stumble across what appeared to be a complex and treacherous little plot by chance, out at the house in Lake Providence, on a separate investigation entirely? Simple answer. It hadn't been an accident. It had all been by design. I had been directed there. Someone had wanted me out at the lake house, had wanted me to get involved, and find out what was going on out there. Someone who is nervous as hell around wizards, who refused to give out her name, who had carefully dropped phrases that would make me believe her ignorance, who had to rush out quickly from her appointment, and who was willing to let $500 go just to get me off the phone a few seconds faster. Someone had drawn me out and forced me into the open, where I had attracted all sorts of hostile attention. That was the key. I gathered up my staff and rod and stalked out of the door. It was time to talk to Monica Sells. That is the end of Chapter 19. Oh! Hey, Gluttony, thank you for the 2 Tier 1 gift subs. Thank you for your support.
Hey, Gluttony. Good to see you again.
I need to do something about that alert. When people gift multiple subs, it plays all of them in a row. I gotta fix that. I fixed it once.
Oh, we got a redeemed voice line from Drunk Dragon Era. Oh, fuck. How did that guy's voice go? Oh, I think I remember. Enter at your own peril, past the bolted door, where impossible things may happen that the world has never seen before. In Dexter's laboratory lives the smartest boy you've ever seen. Oh, shit. I've never seen before. In Dexter's laboratory lives the smartest boy you've ever seen. But he blows his experiments to smithereens. There is gloom and doom while things go boom. In Dexter's lab. If I recall the intro. There you go, Drunk Dragon Era.
Discord definitely didn't like that. But awesome.
Yeah. Discord definitely didn't like that, but I think my chat picked it up.
Hey there, whoa. And yeah, a lot of the people that normally hang out with me are over at MFF right now.
Yeah, we're all alone. Everybody's having fun.
Yeah. But that's okay,
Hey,
'cause we
Gluttony.
get to have fun.
Yeah. Hey, Gluttony, thank you again for the Tier 1 gift sub. Drunk Dragon Era, I hope you enjoy the ad-free experience. Thank you so much for your support of the channel, Gluttony. I really do appreciate it.
Just a reminder to everybody, we do have these art commissions available. So $33 for lined, $77 for colors. If you would like to get in on the Mirai art wheel, let me know. So I can do that. We'll probably be doing that spin relatively soon. As of right now, there's only Orca on the list, so plenty of open space. And
Guys, gonna let Orca come in and win?
yeah. And yeah. Let me know if you would like in on any of that, everybody. And of course, we are taking commissions, early spots for the Christmas YGH here that we've got going on, that Mirai's working on up there. It is $110 for that. It's a TF themed thing where you get to be Asher's not reindeer. Or you can be a reindeer. I mean, that's entirely that's entirely on the table. Hello, Varian. Welcome in.
Hello there, Varian. Ooh, I like the little kite. Must spoil Rygone? Oh. Hey. Oh, thank you for Dr. Beatties, I do things. Thank you for your support. The chocolate ring. Yum, 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 yum.
We have 13 headlights.
Nom, nom, nom. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, is Pangea not working on this one?
Dothings cheered with 100 eggy bitties.
I do things. Thank you very much for the biddies over here as well.
Oh, it is working. I just can't hear it. Ugh, I hate it when it does that. Aw, thank you again, Gluttony, for the... Wow, your 6th gift sub. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free experience, Ledford, my man.
Hello, well, hello there, Varian. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
And I'm actually rather surprised. The numbers tonight are actually looking pretty good. I don't know. I've been clipped doing Dexter's lab. Oh, no. I'm a cute squirrel kite. You still don't understand what's going on, but you still love this? Well, Ledford, my man, I'm doing some narration tonight. That's why I've been reading out this stuff. Right now, we are reading from a book, the first in the series for the Dresden Files. Zim here has been kind enough to bribe me to allow for me to continue narrating for you all tonight. I usually play games. I play a large variety of games. But tonight, we're just kind of hanging out and doing a little bit of narration. So this isn't an everyday thing.
Oh, I hope they will, Era. I hope they will. I'm a little, I'll be honest, I'm a little worried about stepping on toes with the character, Era, but hopefully it'll work out.
No.
Era, I don't actually have a backstory for him yet. He's the easiest to slot in because he doesn't have an existing backstory. I'm not going with Kalani, though. Kalani, I think, would require the, I think Kalani would require the Spears of Power to actually do that properly. Wait, there's an Aurora tonight?
And it's a place where people in the United States can see it?
You want a piece tonight? I do things. Do you want on the wheel for Mirai, or just get on the list for Whiskers tonight?
Ledford, my man, you're going to spend a lot of time on this app? Well, I wish you the best luck, and I hope that this is an entertaining time for you. I know for me, my community, and Zim and some of our friends, we tend to stream very frequently, so we look forward to seeing you around if that's what you choose. And I definitely recommend looking around Twitch. There's plenty of awesome creators out there, and people who play games, who do all sorts of amazing skills. Give them a look, and, you know, hopefully you can build up a few people that you enjoy watching. When is the next Digimon episode coming out on YouTube? Isn't it every 2 weeks then? Or was it weekly?
Because we don't have one crafted yet, it will just make it so much faster.
The recordings on YouTube are uploaded about 3 days after they went live. So the last episode is already live on YouTube.
Gotcha. Oh, for some reason I thought it was a bit longer. No.
Whiskers has sent me a whip for ya.
You're going with the...
All right, let's take a look here. I gotta tell you though, Whiskers, I'm pretty specific on things. I'm very specific. So specific, I'm like the ocean, Pacific.
Pat, Rygone. Pat.
Yeah, that's looking good. Just don't forget the stripes and Pokeball. That's one of my clothing designs. And feel free to randomize wherever you want them. You could, for example, have the stripes like an X and the Pokeball below them, or anything like that. Every single one of my Pokemon designs has a different design to the hoodie, or to the Pokeball stripes rather.
I also put a lot of stuff in a food chest.
But yeah, otherwise it's looking good.
All right, you're good to proceed then, Whiskers.
Ooh.
And yes, Sarah, we definitely do. I was figuring we could try and do that this Saturday if things work out. I kind of want to get the icons and such ready to go before then. But that mostly depends on Mirai's availability for getting them done and people actually, you know, getting that info for me.
I've never used. No, I want my cooking pots here. We can just go mine lead. In fact, I just found a lead mine while we were talking about it. On my way to. I was running to the trader first, because then I can just get that quest, possibly a reward.
You're never allowing your friends to touch your phone again? Oh. You're deleting your friend's fingerprints off your phone? Oh, okay. Good luck with that. You like the character that talks really fast about random things? Well, I mean, Taldarius isn't here right now, but alright. It's my character? Character mine talks really fast about random things.
I'm pretty sure Gluttony is referring to the Digimon campaign, but I have no idea what they're actually talking about there.
If it takes 5 minutes to
Yeah, Spectre doesn't talk very fast.
and then stand around doing nothing for 5 minutes.
I think the only fast-talking character I've ever had was when I was spinning circles around Orm in the shop. Poor Orm. He way overpaid for that bag.
I just worried that came across as mean. Okay. That's fair. I'm looting this truck. It had mechanical parts. You want to know what else has mechanical parts?
I am just setting up farming zones right now.
I'm now breaking down.
All right, Ledford. Well, good luck with that. I wish you the best of luck in hiding your phone.
Normally you only get one if you get one, so that was some pretty good RNG.
Lost in Chaos. Rygone is not in Lost in Chaos, Gluttony. You're on the wrong channel right now to be talking about Lost in Chaos.
Housekeeping?
Oh no, I've been mistaken for someone else.
That makes it funnier.
Yeah, I think he's referring to Jakovich. I do things, which that would be Lost in Chaos as well as Ascent to Ascend.
No worries, Gluttony. There's so many games. I don't expect anyone to remember all the characters and who does them all.
You couldn't see it, but the first time I said
Yeah.
the front door was locked, and
I've got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of good stuff. At least I think so. Of course, it's not possible without all the wonderful beings that join me to make these possible.
I think you're past me now. I also didn't go in a straight line. I was following the road because at first I...
Alrighty, we'll get started with the next chapter in about 2 minutes, everyone.
Woohoo!
If I was, I would never give up where my ally is. Ooh. Treasure bag. I got some peas. Peas and painkillers. Beautiful things.
I am building all of the farms.
Yeah. What is it, Drunk Dragon?
We have quite a bit of raw meat, so probably leather.
What is it, Drunk Dragon era? What is it? Hi. Oh, hi. Oh, then you stick your tongue out at me. Oh.
I mean, I did just kind of.
It's okay, Rygone. It's okay.
I didn't realize I lived this much, I guess.
You're more bored than excited? Well, if you're bored, then let's get you nailed.
Myrrh?
Potential myrrh. If I really wanted to go full myrrh, I'd say let's get you screwed.
Oh, but Rygone, you just did.
Oh, shit. Is that an offer? Maybe. I am a furry, after all.
Oh, wonderful, Rex. Wonderful. I've got a thing for you. Are you ready to be broken?
One day I will know that.
We're gonna break you so hard, just like what Batman was done by Bane. The furry fandom is great, but how would you know that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Well, Rex, come join voice real quick.
I think bolt action is the first one you can get.
I've got a thing for you.
Like little bolt.
But you gotta come join voice for it.
And with the pipe action rifle.
Yes, I do have 2 art streams going.
So it's a lot.
Yeah, over on the left here, we've got Whiskers doing a Noivern TF for Rygone. And in the upper right, we've got Mirai working on the Christmas YCH piece.
Uh-huh.
Good night, Brian.
Good night, Brian. When mommy goes to bed, the kids come out to play.
I mean, that'd be okay, Rex. Just, when you're ready.
Yeah, hey there, everybody.
Hello there.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hey, Don Brian, you out there?
Jumping in on requests. Good to see y'all. Lovely beans. It's been pretty much high energy all day due to last night's campaign. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you all were in voice chat for quite a while.
Yeah. Matt, what's going on, sir? You got something to show me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm hyped.
Well, first off, while I'm getting... Hello there. I love you too. First off, there's this. The Christmas YCH, if anybody wants in on that. But now for the reason for Rex. Oh wait, actually, considering the timing, let me go ahead and do a quick splitting of the recording, and then we'll break Rex. Yeah.
I was paused for a sec. I just saw that you're on the your character here that I'm pretty excited about, actually.
Yes.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna talk to Ledford and let them kind of know what the furry fandom's about. They're asking about it.
Could you hold off just a moment?
Yeah.
Because I'd like that on my end too.
That's what I figured. I was gonna suggest that.
Alright, let me split up the recordings real fast. Thank you everybody for joining so far today on the stream. This has been City Skylines 2, as well as multiple art streams. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as just coming by, hanging out, and making sure you're subscribed to our YouTube. I am less than about 30 subscribers away from full partnership over there. I need your help to get the rest of that way. But for now, thanks so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Duke.